Why? Now, few weeks ago, there's another gentleman on TikTok. I'm going to address all of them today. Go by the name of Ingram. And anybody who can search, go come on my platform, everywhere I go and see now he run. Ingram and I had a conversation where I pointed out to Mr. Ingram that there is a group called GEM, Global Empowerment Mission, that is in Jamaica. They are called the name. No, Mr. Selburn, not you, sir, not you. Not you, Selburn, not you, Silburn, not you, sir. Not you, Silburn. No, man, Silburn can't stay, man. Silburn can't stay. Silburn can have a conversation. Silburn, all right. There's nothing wrong with Silburn. No, Silburn, I don't have a problem with you, sir. Whether your views and mine align, I don't have a problem with you. I have a problem with people that sit down and listen to the negative about my country. And when there is anything that is positive, them shun it. You are not that. You are not that. You will highlight the positive. You agree with some things and you disagree with some things. So no, when I say the man for England, and you may attack. Let me take you out of that. Not you, sir. So yes, so Mr. Ingram, the man was same accountant who never know if he calculate one annual salary. Yes, Ingram was saying he's an accountant, did not know to calculate an annual salary. I had to, yes, and I publicly we catch him I do it. So I told him that they were in Jamaica and they were taking charge of the distribution of the care packages for the government. Now we were on VG Live. He challenged that information and I asked VG to go and read it. VG went as the neutral party at the time between me and him. VG researched, he found the information and he read it to Mr. Ingram and said, Mr. Ingram, the group is in fact in Jamaica. It says right here. And it says they were in Black River where you did say you're there. Yes. You did say you're there, Black River, and the group said they were in Black River and you, all right. I believe Ingram believes that when he goes to Black River is as far as his eyes can see. So if him can't see it, it's not Black River. Now, since then, every platform when go up on him has in call me and say me tell lie that there is groups in Jamaica when nothing no goes on. But yet he has not been brave enough to face me because he knows that we have the evidence. He knows the evidence is there. So I go read a little part of it. I ask AI, is GEM operating in Jamaica? It says yes. Global Empowerment Mission is a non-profit organization that is active in Jamaica, particularly for the disaster relief effort following Hurricane Melissa. GEM works with local government and international partners to deliver aid, which includes supplies like food, water, hygiene kit to communities in need. There is also a research program called GEM Global Entrepreneurship Monitor that conduct research in Jamaica. So yes, GEM is here and they are delivering. So again, me I got challenge Mr. Ingram and look at Ingram live and send him the live and tell him say me over here call him. Because him a run for me. Everywhere he going to call me liar, they no can say me tell him say group that Jamaican is a lie. Me tell him say group that Jamaican is a lie. Well, here it is. Disaster relief. Global Empowerment Mission is heavily involved in hurricane relief in Jamaica, partnering with groups like the Bob Marley Foundation and local agencies. Logistic. GEM coordinates the delivery of supply through to a network of logistics partners to ensure aid reaches affected areas, as seen in their effort after Hurricane Melissa. So they are on the ground. So despite written confirmation, Ingram and Ingram Accounting still finds it fit to go around. Yes, and they are going to gravitate to platform like the Noel guy. Because find your group, if there's one thing Jamaica can tell you, say, is that birds of a feather will always flock together. So idiots will always flock to other idiots. Liars will always flock to other liars. Now, I don't know this Noel gentleman. I don't know him. I see him on TikTok a couple times. I don't know him, you know. But Jamaican parents always say, show me your company and they will tell you who you are. So if your company is liars, criminals, it says a lot about who you are. If those are the people, if those are the people where you hang around with, those are the people you feel comfortable with. I have a saying, it's not mine, but I buy into it originally. And I believe that this Noel gentleman is the total opposite. It says, my thing is that if I am the smartest person in the room, I am in the wrong room. I have nothing to gain by being in that room. This gentleman is the total opposite. He will only go in room that he is the smartest person. No, I don't stop people from having an interest in what is happening in Jamaica. But if you're going to speak about the business in Jamaica, I urge honesty. I urge honesty. And you cannot have people who have never set foot in a Jamaica who are your source of information about what is happening in Jamaica. And you claim, say, you're getting all these calls and all this information. Well, I am yet to see one of your calls. I am yet to hear anybody. In the days of everybody I make video, you have yet to show one. Anybody can come and tell you, say, boy, you know, say we hungry, send me a thing, and uno is willing to buy the misinformation, because guess what? I mean, know the problem with the whole of uno, you know, you, Triple X, all of uno, a one statement make uno hate the Labour Party, so. One statement make all of uno hate the Jamaica Labour Party. You don't know his statement is what? When Bruce Golding said, not in my cabinet. I leave it right there, so. And that alone make uno hate Labour Party when Bruce said, not in my cabinet. But Mark Golding, Portia Simpson, all promise, oh, we will look at the law. That's why I don't hate Jamaica Labour Party, because Bruce said, not in my cabinet. And that stands today. If you don't have interest in Jamaica, come in. We need everybody who can assist. How you know claim say nothing not happening in Jamaica, but people who couldn't call on the day after Melissa can get a phone, can call on now. People who never have no data service now have data service, can call on and tell you no say nothing now go on. You think a man, one man, will deliver 10 packages a day, is doing more than the government. You say, you realize say, you have Andrew Durian syndrome, ADS. New diagnosis, ADS, you have Andrew Durian syndrome. You suffer from a heritage of Andrew Wellness. Tell them from now on, guys, all these people are suffering from ADS, Andrew Durian syndrome. They are suffering from a heritage of Andrew Wellness. And that's something, it can lead to death. It leads to depression. It leads to depression, and eventually people have been known to commit suicide because of it. Because it's only when you're not dead, you're not going to stop seeing face. Yes, so that is the new diagnosis, my people. They are suffering from Andrew Durian syndrome, ADS. There is a good friend of mine. He's the world most expert in treating that disorder. I am hoping to have him on here speak about it, So he can, probably direct them to some treatment, some support group. There is a support group that meets twice weekly at 89 Hope Road. Yes, Old Hope Road. That's probably the largest support group that treats Andrew Durian syndrome right now. So you guys can find that meeting and speak amongst each other and then see where it can go. JJ.
What's up, Chuck? What's up?
I am here, yes, I am here.
Okay.
I am here. Now, in the aftermath of this hurricane, sir, I understand that right across Jamaica, there is nothing but suffering going on. Everybody has suffered. The government now do nothing. Nobody now no food. Nobody now no shelter. That's what me hear.
Yeah, that's why that's one of the reasons why I told Chuck why me kind of ease off of the internet, because me know there's a lot of propaganda and people are trying to tear down the government because it's all political. It's all political. All political, and it's sad to know that we as Jamaican in this crisis that we still trying to gain political points from an incident like this. It's really sad. It pains my heart to know that we as Jamaican really go that low. And Chuck, to be honest, it's mostly these PMP people doing all of this,
Not mostly.
They are the one that doing all of this, because I don't understand why they keep on come and spread false information like this. I just can't understand. You understand? And people entertain them and they're alive. It's really sad. It's really, really sad.
It is very, very, very sad.
Very sad. And I can say this because this is what I can say to you, Chuck, because I spoke to my wife this morning and she's in St. Elizabeth. And it's been a while I never really hear from her. I was coming the government and also JPS that me can't believe they can get back internet and actually certain parts start to get back to light and so on. A lot of work being going on and stuff there.
So what you're saying to me, because contrary to the Englishman that was on yesterday, no they are St. Elizabeth.
No man, like they are St. Elizabeth, because
they are St. Elizabeth. All right.
Not on my side, but my mother's side, there's like there. Back on my wife's side now, they're working. They actually get back current in internet, like internet, good internet now and stuff like that. So they are moving really fast. To be honest, I'm really, really proud of how they are being, structured and stuff like that, because this is really quick. We never expect certain things to be happening so quick. But one of the things that I really like to share with you now is was just spoken to my wife pertaining all things, because it's been a while I don't really talk to her in a while. So I said all things on the ground and stuff like that. She was just informed me just now that, listen, in her district, which is she live at White Hill, Magati area, She said, listen to me. She said, food, like, she said she don't know what to do with food. Like, she has said, man, like, every single day, every type of food. I buy the box, like, 40 coming in the box, and she said she have about 4 boxes in the fridge, and she just actually get one. Because I even joined Lashika to the call, and Lashika was there when I talked to her. And she said she actually just get her box, and she said, listen, for the day 2 food truck come. One come with cooked food and one come with like bully beef, stuff like those. And she said even yam and banana. Even yam, nobody no buy water. Nobody no buy water, like water, juice. She said, listen, man, she said, at the end of the day, people, I said, boy, they don't want no more food. People start to come and say they don't want no more food. Because the end of the day, them have to just stack up. So it's sad to really hear people come out and say they're hungry and stuff like that. It's all political, and it really, really hurt me to see people come and cheer on their own country because of politics. You understand? People been saying, hey, Chuck, where's the Prime Minister? Where the Prime Minister? Where they want to see the Prime Minister going all over, the Prime Minister have a job to do. He might have to structure certain things and make sure things in place.
You see, these people don't understand leadership. Leadership come with layers.
Exactly.
Right.
And you know, Chuck, one of the things is, even that English person where you was talking about, we come across you a few times because when you guys join, sometime we will pop up on me stuff and me come. And trust me, me can't stand this person. I never really come across somebody that my spirit can't take this much. Like the moment me come upon the life, the youth energy just not right. That they just
maybe because it's rainbow. Maybe because it's a rainbow.
Maybe that could be the issue as well. But
I tell the people them everything, make me talk for you because they're not talking. Come like a for my wife.
No, but you're on the call as well.
The lady say anybody Chuck who are complain about food, them for dead same time. The lady said American apple, we not have to buy no apple. She said the counselor come and cook food in the square and everybody eat. You hear me say? She said today I'm going to try to get a video and send to you when them bring up the food them. That the lady just tell me on the phone call, Chuck, because Jason joined me on the call. She say, may I go get a video when them come with the food? She say, government not even have to do. She say, private sector do. People, family do. She say, everybody supposed to have a box of apple in a them house right now. She said, things don't come like 1, 2. The lady just say, them can open a canned beef store in a St. Elizabeth. And these are the people what them say the government now. She said the government now have to do because everybody is doing.
It's not the government alone on the ground. Right. There are persons there. And this is what I've been saying, guys. You have some entertainers who go down there, and when them are give away 1 10 package, and I am saying if it's even 1 package you give away, it is appreciated. No, I don't want to misunderstand my next statement. But you have them, and them are delivering, and them are video hit and say, "Hi, may I help the people?" You have some TikToker, they go down there and they open a car truck and they give a 1 10 package, and that's going to the world. Thank you, people. That is not even scratching.
Let me tell you the problem. King of
hold on, King. When Shika don't now come to your King.
Let me tell you what the problem is.
That's why Shika just go override me, but go on and road Shika.
I'm organize my show first and foremost. Thank you. Anyhow, let me tell you what happened. The government is suffering from misinformation. They say the same thing what plagued us during the campaign. It is the same thing that is happening now again. Because I remember when the whole thing with South St. James, where Nikisha Bertilla said, oh, no, Guan and this and that and whatever, I got a message on my phone that there are helicopters in South St. James 4 to 5 times per day delivering food. And the message says, so, oh, me not see that on the internet. So what is happening to the government, and Chuck always said, the 5 voices are louder than the 20 voices that is supposed to be there. So there are people who are benefiting, who are not coming out and say, I am being fed, I have water. They'll even just now upon the call, the lady said, we don't have to buy any water. Right?
Let me add something fast. The Prime Minister in Parliament stated to the nation, and this is on the record, you have to give aid in dignity. You cannot be take people picture.
You can't take people picture.
You cannot go there and take people picture.
And that is it. And I saw a girl last night posted a video, and the girl said, imagine living in Westmoreland and hungry, but you don't want to take any food because you don't want to be on camera. These are real things people are going through. This is real people life. Right, so a lot of times, as I said, the government, but at the same time, what is being sold to the people is that people are suffering, people are dying in Jamaica. Right, that is what is being sold.
I was told of somebody having a let me say this, King, and then I'll come to you and then winner. I was told of somebody having a conversation with a lady that says she knows for a fact. And remember, this is how heartless people are. She knows for a fact that there is a 1-week-old baby sleeping on the road. Now, if I know of a 1-year-old baby asleep on the road, I will take action. If I even forgive them my place to live, then can't sleep on the road. Now, you have that information, and what you do? You come on social media. Try to help, point them in a help. And that's why we know most of these people, they're just, it's about bringing, it's Andrew the Rain syndrome. And they will push it at all costs. King of Hearts.
Yes, brother. Thank you so much for, the opportunity to speak on your platform. One of the things that I wanted to say is, Jamaica has been plagued with incompetence as a thing. We've seen so many incompetent leaders over the years. We can go as far back as, Michael Manley, PJ Patterson, Portia Simpson Miller. So us now having Andrew Holness as a capable and competent leader, it is very, very intimidating to the People's National Party because they are not used to having a capable and competent leader at the helm of the country. And that is really what has, where this phenomena, where you mentioned about, the Andrew the Rain syndrome, comes from. And I would go a step further to even mention that for the Andrew Holness created a vortex of competence in Jamaica because a lot of individuals are now looking and seeing how this country is being managed and how he is leading, and that is really and truly what have the People's National Party quaking in their pants because they just don't know how to treat with his level of competence and the fact that he's able to achieve so much in the short period of time that he's been at the helm of government. Now, the thing that I've recognized with the hurricane recovery is that the government's progress is being stymied by the fact that you have so much misinformation on platforms such as TikTok and elsewhere. And I think that well-thinking individuals like yourself and others that are on this platform really and truly need to be more vocal and debunking, the misinformation out there because the government is taking a different position than we're used to. They took the same position during the election, and I believe that it worked because it allowed them to be able to do that. It was people like you, me, and others that was on platforms like this that was debunking the misinformation out there and defending the government's policies, defending the government's achievement. And I think that we have to continue to do so. A lot of the information that is out there in the space is a lot of lies. But again, you cannot counter what the government is doing because there is nothing that they can do to counter it. So the only thing that they can do now is really and truly to go the route of trying to come up with these conjectures and lies and everything else. So we have to be the ones to go ahead and say, hey, we have to counter that on platforms like this. We have to crush the misinformation, and we have to be the mouthpiece on behalf of the government, because what you and I are doing, the government is not going to do it. If you get what I'm saying to you, the government is not going to do this. They're not going to go toe to toe with a PMP activist. We have to be the ones to do that, because what the government is spending time doing is planning and coordinating and making sure that we have a coordinated front and that our citizens or people are being represented on the ground, which they are. I have people who live in a rural part of Clarendon, all the way up a place then called Crooked River. And the people them say them have, my people them say they have more than food. They have more than food up there. You get what I'm saying to you? And there's so many people that are so disingenuous and evil to the on the part of the government, because they are trying to make the government look bad. When you even go as far as an individual where I already know say I want crackhead, but and that's my personal position. That are not yours, right? I already knew that this man was not the same. It was Buju Banton. When Buju Banton come out and try to smear the government and smear what the government was actually doing, me recognize that the same Buju Banton where they look for now, and the same Buju Banton who went nowhere before he go to prison. I want different Buju Banton come from out of prison. You understand? And these are the individuals that the PMP literally get into their head, and these are the people that the People's National Party is actually using now as their little comrades on the ground, their little boots on the ground, to be able to try to undermine subtly and in some cases overtly the actions of the government. Thank you so much, Chuck. That's all I have to say, and I'm going to jump off now.
Thank you, sir. Very well said, sir. Very well, very well. Thank you for passing through. Thank you.
No problem, man. Bless up yourself, man. Bless up yourself.
I wanted to add to what you were saying before we not jump in. Sorry, Kim, when you said that we need to be people like us out here, King, we've been do this for so much years, and we said election is now over. We can rest now and whatever, but there is no rest for us based on what we're seeing, because people are literally trying to tear Jamaica apart. Most of us, me, Chuck, Winner, most of we say, okay, we got the information out there. The Jamaica Labour Party won their victory, and Winner,
this is a buzz-free. This is a buzz-free zone. Yeah,
we can stop. We don't have to be out here fighting to combating misinformation. But we see, so we have a different fight. We have a different fight. Like, I cannot believe that we still have to be going over misinformation in this kind of way when we have a natural disaster just tear down the whole country. It's just sad.
It is sad. Very, very, very. It is sad. And that's why when the Prime Minister speak about people that will do their best to profit from negativity, we see it every day, right? But King, we there in the fight, years we there, so I will if a sleepless night we give up. We not give up the fight. We are there in the fight, man. We not stopping the bridge.
I want to, because we just run Kumum. We just run Kumum.
We see we up on a live last night, Chuck, and the man say, Andrew Oldness, and the woman say Andrew Old must walk and hug up everybody. You hear me say? Everybody.
I thought it was a neutral kind of ground. I never realized I'm running up in our PMP and I'm mad people, because they thought about how government make curriculum. We don't say, maybe like one. But I am not surprised by the actions of the PMP. Me, not surprised for one bit. The PMP showed us what they are since Mark Golding took power of the PMP, turned PMP Rise United camp, right? They are divisive, they are anti-government, they are anti-Andrew Holness, and they are anti the people of Jamaica. Everything that is good for this country, the now PMP that exists will fight against it. Once it benefits the majority of the poor people, the PMP will fight against it, because they realize that the demographic as well as the thinking of the electorate have changed. Jamaica Labour Party is now on 3 consecutive terms. This is unprecedented for the PMP. Right? PMP has never ever faced this challenge before. And now the PMP cannot and let me say, if the PMP wants power, come 2030, the PMP cannot allow this government to be a success story. The PMP cannot sit by and allow Dr. Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party government to perform and do its work, and in the hearts and the minds of the Jamaican people, the government did well and have done well. That cannot be allowed if the PMP wants power. And therefore, the PMP, knowing this, fighting for their very existence, Sir Chuck, for power and as a political organization, the PMP must paint the government in the most distasteful, unkind, distrust manner that they can in order to confuse the electorate. That is why the PMP refused to join the Joint Select Committee, because they need to leave the windows and doors open to say, hey, government a thief money. PMP have left that open, that the propaganda, they have a slide. If the PMP was sitting on that, electorates would say, okay, government can't thief no money, or the general are tracking a rate time, and we have the PMPs there, so government a thief money, that's out of it. But we not joining government a thief money, that room is open, propaganda continue to spread. PMP say, hey, we now be involved in the aid website. They have not promoted it. They have not spoken about it. They have not distributed information. They went ahead and formed their own because they say they want to build communities. The PMP is acting as if they are the government. The PMP is doing what they need to do to survive, and it is not in the interest of the people, of the Jamaican people, Chuck. It is in the interest of the best of the PMP. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Where is the money going to be spent that is being sent to the People's National Party?
I don't know.
Okay.
Question, Shika. Based on the information, Shika.
Who's tracking the money?
No one. Based on the information we just got, let me ask this. When Zolika Jess came on the internet and was crying, how no food that they are sent to Elizabeth and she want help, and people were sending her Western Union or pledging Western Union. Now we know that food they are sent to Elizabeth where people actually refuse. Where did those money that she received go? Where it go?
There's no accountability. Absolutely none. Where are the receipts to say, hey, you send me $10 million. This is how the $10 million was expended. Where is it? Where is it? Where's the accountability? How we know
I was watching a live I was watching a live last night. I don't remember the gentleman's name, but he's a kind of lock him here and thing. And they were talking about the trajectory of the hurricane. And while I think Wizzy was there as well, while they were talking about the trajectory of the hurricane, they said that Jess constituency is one of the least affected constituencies based on the path of the storm or of the hurricane. Based on how it is located, it is the least affected. So what they're saying, when you see Zulika Jess showing the videos, is just a small portion that she's showing. She's not showing anything big, or she can't show the whole area. She has to do close up because she's trying to make the damage more than what it actually is. When you actually look at the trajectory of the storm as well, you can see that the storm never really hit that part of St. Elizabeth too much. It more would have damaged Dayton them constituency come over. Floyd, Dayton, South St. James, those, the hurricane, thank you. It would have damaged them side there. You understand what I'm saying, Chuck? So the magnitude that she is saying affected her constituency is a lie. The damage is not big, right? It's small compared to everywhere else.
But I want to know, as me say,
the money that they are raising,
yes.
Chuck, the money that they are raising, it not really go to the people them, because the people them are being cared for.
PMP will thief that money. Yeah? PNP will use it for their political campaign.
I know that Santa Cruz is up and running because I have family in St. Elizabeth, and they told me they got water, and I told Chuck this already 2 weeks ago. They got water, and Santa Cruz is up. The market is partially opening up.
Santa Cruz is part of Jess constituency.
Yes.
From Goshen, parts of Lacovia, the Alambambo section, if my memory serves me right, down in Lacovia, part of Lacovia, so if my memory serves me right.
Yes, Santa Cruz is definitely just.
Santa Cruz come right along that stretch, so go right out. But listen, listen. The problem is, and this is where we tell people, say most of these people are blinded because of their ADS. So most of them, and what about propaganda here, oh, don't trust the government, don't say nothing can give the government, because there's no accountability with the government. But yet still, you're sending Western Union money to people who you have no idea what they might do with your money.
The same PNP with thief their campaign money to you know, sir?
Thief their own campaign money.
PNP, thief from PNP. There was an article, Chuck, written in 2017 when Dr. Peter Phillips took over from Portia Simsimilla, and it says, he was speaking
First
about
line of business.
First line of business is to get rid of corruption out of the PNP, as well as liars, and that was reposted by National Integrity Action. When you click on that link, you can't see it again, Paniglina. Gone. Hey, Jamaica Guinea, why was that article removed? If you listen, why was the article removed?
Because a directive from the head said there should be nothing negative about the PNP in the paper. Nothing. That's a directive coming from the top. Right, but there's a name, one voice, let me find back in name, who is saying we must be fair to just to get damaged. Yes, nobody is saying that she don't get damaged, my boss. Only truth is the name. We are not saying that she don't get damaged. But what we are saying is that when she come out a ball, but how them now get no help. Them need help, them have to beg overseas. When we just know say the government are delivering, not just the government. There are people, let me not say government alone, that is delivering packages twice a day, 2 times a day the truck are going.
See the article, Chuck.
Oh yes, ma'am.
Peter first task, Phillips urged to rid PNP of corruption and liars. And we can no longer find the article, guys.
One of the stands that the Prime Minister has taken, I want you to listen to me and learn this. The Prime Minister will not allow, well, he will not support the government aid being delivered to be videotaped because we have to save people dignity.
Yes. So all the Jamaicans them truck we are wait palm video and picture and people are get food. Prime Minister say hell no.
No.
Not while
people must maintain their dignity.
You can't take picture of people in their lowest.
In their lowest
place, you take picture a hand food. I would not take it.
Yeah, you go down there, you park one truck, and people are take some food and you drive with the truck and people, and that are your video. People, even in this time, and if you don't rate the Prime Minister for no other thing what him do, people, even in this time, have to maintain them dignity.
That's true, man. No.
So you will not see the government vehicle them go down there and have video nobody. I take food in the lowest prime and I take aid. No, that are between them and whoever collect it. And that is the stance.
It will be between them and their conscience too, because when they get back power and they get back electricity, it could be there to say, hey, listen, I received the help when I needed it the most. Argument done. Government don't even take no picture. I don't know baby, I know old woman, I know old man, I know disabled. I collect no food, no check, no building material. Preserve the people them dignity.
Listen, gentlemen, lady. One of the things that I also wanted to share, because when it kind of get me riled up in the afternoon, yeah, me no like. You see, I was watching a press briefing for the Prime Minister, and I went on there and I saw DJ Dion Jackson Miller mentioning that they wanted to find out whether or not the Prime Minister was going to put an oversight body in place to account for the finance, for the donations that are being received, and to ensure that 6 months down the line we don't have Auditor General's report, etc. Now, understanding that the government of Jamaica is not the only organization that is receiving aid from, international partners. And a lot of these individuals are not aware as well that the aid, even though there's a dollar value that is attached to the aid, international organization, non-profit organization, they have to put a dollar value to everything because they have to account for what was spent with their board of directors. So even though there are donations, a lot of it is not financial. So a lot of people are home in Jamaica that believe, say, let's say a Belgium would have come in at the office and say, all right, fine, we give $50 million in donation, and then just stand up at 100 desk and account out $50 million in raw cash. That is not how it works, you see. And I think, I believe in my mind that, the government should have attacked this bit of misinformation really from the desk of the information minister, and make sure that they break it down and explain this to the average Jamaican so that they understand. You are going to still have a pocket of individuals that would have walked away still not understanding what that meant. But I believe you would have had a great majority of individuals understanding that we are not getting raw cash. So the flight where them people that come down on the plane where them come on, all of those things are taken out of it. The aid supplies where them buy, all of that is coming from out of whatever 10 million, 50 million, whatever that looks like. All of that is coming from the money. The second thing, when DJM asked about whether or not there was going to be an oversight, I didn't hear her mention that or ask whether or not there was going to be a similar one for Mark Golding, because Mark Golding did not support the government's mission and even promote the government's charity.
He started his own.
The man go out there and make film own. You see what I'm saying? So if you're asking Andrew to give an account for money, why she never go over this and ask? You see, the standards that I've seen civil society out there, the so-called civil society, and I have absolutely no respect for none of those people. Absolutely no respect for none of those people, because you know what? Them sit down and watch people disrespect the Prime Minister. They sit down and watch people disrespect the Prime Minister's wife and the Prime Minister's family. And none of them come out and defended the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's family. But all of them were standing right beside Mark Golding when Mark Golding was being disrespected in the public domain. They went out there swinging for Mark Golding. But the standard now is a little different. And what they're trying to do is to rewrite the narrative for Andrew Holness, which is very, very sad. The second thing, the last thing that I wanted to mention was the UDC. I saw this morning, I think, on the Prime Minister's page, where the Prime Minister was promoting a video. Well, it was really like a slide deck from the UDC that suggested that we need to maintain people's dignity even while we are distributing aid to them, because they have recognized that there's a lot of individuals that are out there highlighting these people's plight in a negative way, and a lot of these people don't like it. So the government is really trying their very best in order to to get people to understand that you're going down there to give these people some flour and some rice or whatever other aid you're giving to them, but you still need to maintain these people's dignity. Don't strip their dignity off them while you're trying to distribute the aid. And that's all I have for right now.
Thank you again, King. Well said.
Jump on what King said, because it is very important, right? How the double standard is there, and we have seen it. And I'm going to say something that I've been thinking about, the one where up until this day, Chuck, nobody spoke about how Mark Golding broke the law when he was in the debate. when he was doing the debate, according to the debates rules and regulations, you're not supposed to be carrying anything on you, any paper, any pen, nothing. But at the same time, Mark Golding was able to whip out a so-called birth certificate. And up until now, there's not one editorial in any newspaper calling him out on that. At the same time, again, when he was so-called being disrespected or racialized or whatever they want to call it, everybody run out, oh, leave racism out of it, we're out of many one people. But at the same time, everybody sit down and see where people are being disrespecting Juliet. I posted a video on my YouTube channel just this morning or last night, whatever, and the amount of disrespectful comments, me I feel say, why are you guys doing that? What is it about? I'm about to delete the video because it's not about the views from it, it's the information and the disrespect that is meted against the lady. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. And at the same time, there's nobody saying, hey, we need to tone it down. Nobody is calling on the citizens of Jamaica. Mark Golding now say, yo, we need for done. We need for unite. Everything is, oh, if I can, but maybe, like, you need to take those words out of your statements and make straightforward statement. We need to work together. Not if you're allowed to. We need to work together. Full stop.
Speaker, I have to jump on what you just mentioned about the disrespect towards the Prime Minister's wife. Part of it is the People's National Party has never really been They've not had a lot of women that were very successful and strong in leadership in the party. PJ never will have no woman. You understand what I'm saying to you? So PJ never will have no woman. So now, for the 18 years of PJ's leadership of the country, he never really will have no woman front and center. So now that they've seen Andrew Holness with a strong woman, because she's very independent, she's a successful businesswoman, she's been successful academically, she's very educated. You see where I'm at. And now that she is in the role of an elected member of parliament and also elected by her members in the House of Representatives to be the Speaker of the House, that again is another vessel of intimidation. They do not like strong individuals because them know so then pow down Andrew Holness because he's brilliant. You see what I'm saying? This man exudes brilliance in every facet that you can think of. And the very same thing occurs where Juliet Holness is concerned. Now, when you look at the leader of the People's National Party, look at how the leader of the People's National Party treats his wife. Just look at how the man treat his wife. The man wife literally not have no level of respect at all. The man wife not have no respect at all. And when you even look at it to say, okay, fine, Juliet is the wife of the Prime Minister, and she's the wife of the leader of the opposition. The leader of the opposition don't have the wife of the opposition leader don't have a relationship with the wife of the Prime Minister. And those are two situations where they should have a relationship, but they don't have it. Because the man afraid say Juliet Holness, they got show this woman know how to be independent. And those are not things that they like. They want to sit down and have people back at them though. So assure them, say, okay, fine, rather than being a leader, she's supposed to be a follower. Based on information that is available in public domain, right? I don't have any evidence of it, but people have it to say that the woman really and truly is being less feared by the opposition leader. Now, I don't have no evidence of it, but I can also see that the opposition leader is not wanting for her to be upfront and prominent in his quest for leadership. You barely see the wife of the opposition leader. But everybody is demanding everything else from, much like, again, they write a different narrative for Andrew Holness. They're, as opposed to what they do for, Mark Golding, they're doing the very same thing with Juliet Holness. The expectation that they should have of the wife of the opposition leader, they don't have that for Juliet Holness. They are trying to hold Juliet Holness to a different standard of expectation than they did. And they can't use PJ as one of those because PJ never went have no wife. PJ never went have no woman.
There was a long time incident where the heads of the country were attending a function. I don't remember what it was. And they were introducing Mr. Siaga and his wife, the Governor General and his wife. And it was PJ along with Pickers Gill. That was the couple.
Hey,
I
listen.
don't remember the incident, but I can remember it.
No, but we don't have problem.
Yes, PG and Pickers Gill. That was the couple. But you are so correct that there is two different standards. A couple of years ago, I mentioned that in politics in Jamaica, the PMP is expected to walk with a gun and the JLP must walk with a Bible. So there are clearly two different standards that we heard. Andrew have to behave a certain way. Andrew is check. Andrew is spell check. If he miss a S or forget for that I, it is news. But when Mark Golden can stand up, even in the parliament or even outside of the parliament and lie blatantly, go on the political platform and lie, and he's never held accountable for it.
But you see, but you see a part of the problem, a part of the problem why you mentioned there's a truck. A part of it comes from, what our colonial masters did to us when they came up with this field slave, house slave mentality. A lot of that still exists in Jamaica today because some of the very same people that hold Mark Golden in very high esteem because this man, come from, England and has his, family and everything else in England. You see, because of that, I think a lot of them still hold, this thing, in their mind, say, all right, fine, he should be elevated to a certain status. Andrew Holness come from over Spanish Town, don't understand, and feel like I say, dirty boy, I'm not supposed to have, because that is the conversation that is being had on the road.
I am going to relate two conversations I had with you. Two conversations. One of them is on social media. There's a gentleman on social media, go by the name, when name again? Julian, what's Sanders' first name again? Through the linear. But we were having a discussion about the finances about gentlemen. So I was saying that you can see how Andrew Holness making money, taxi company, bus company, invest and making money. No, you're not supposed to have that. So I say, all right. Tell me how Mark Golden make for him money. And you know what the gentleman tell me, Sir King? He said Mark Golden white, he's supposed to have money.
But here's the problem. If they are even going to mention, this is also another conversation that I've had with some individuals of, like minds. I had a conversation with them and say, if you look on the time Andrew Holness has been in politics, based on what was declared, Andrew Holness not declare no money because Andrew Holness went crook, Andrew Holness should have went to declare more money than that.
Andrew broke.
You understand what I'm saying? If from the time Andrew Holness has been introduced to politics, from at the time Andrew Holness winning first seat, Andrew Holness should have more money than that if Andrew Holness had it crook.
Right. That is it. And based on Andrew declaration, Andrew broke $1 million US after 30 years. And people are saying get so much.
$1 million US after 30 years. That kind of no money.
A while ago. Somebody said it a while ago. We just talked about standards, right? When Sandra just said it, Sandra Eslop, that Mark Golden is eating in the parliament, right? Consistently. And not one article you see about it. Not one article you see about that.
Because he is allowed, because parliament belongs to him, Because of him ancestry, it belongs to him. So the problem is, how dare this little black boy from Spanish Town I rule over him? And you guys can see it. Look at Mark Golden's demeanor in parliament whenever the prime minister is speaking. He cannot bring himself to look across the floor. He is always on his phone, he is distracted, he might chew, he might everything but to look in the direction of the prime minister, because how dare.
But a lot of that, Chuck, come from the fact too, it's not, I don't think a lot of it is condescending in my view. Mark Golden is intimidated by Andrew Holness, and that goes without saying. The man, Andrew Holness, listen, Andrew Holness has a commanding presence. Do you follow where I'm going?
Yes,
Andrew
sir.
Holness has a commanding presence, and Andrew Holness has intellectual, vigor that, as much as he professes himself to be that, him not half as witty and smart as Andrew Holness is. And that is really and truly what caused them now for the in this quandary, because they don't know how to respond. Remember, the last woman that was in a very top leadership position that was in that party was Portia Simpson Miller. You remember during the leadership race where all of these people that had their doctorate and how they disrespected Portia Simpson Miller and say, and the other one, remember even Katie Knight, they came out and said, and the other one, they never accorded her no respect at all. You understand what I'm saying? And whilst her level of intelligence was questionable, I think that she was a genuine person. I believe that she had a genuine heart. And I believe that even though there was some intellectual deficit there, I believe that she wanted what was right for the country. And because she surrounded herself with so many individuals that were equally incompetent, she never really managed to achieve as much as she could have achieved if she had a team that really and truly believed in her. But what they were really trying to do was to be self-serving and utilize the opportunity that they have, knowing that there was this individual was in charge of government, was elected, but she could not hold them intellectually accountable because she was not of the same intellectual standard as they were, if you get what I'm saying. So because of that,
if you remember that Portia was not allowed to speak to the media for 4 years. Not one time she could do.
God, I'm afraid she won't go put her foot in her mouth. But the fact of the matter is, even if she did not know all of what needed to be said, she could relate to the people a lot more. The problem that Mark Golden has is that Andrew Holness is intimidating. Andrew Holness is that person that allows for them to be, they don't know how to respond to Andrew Holness because Andrew Holness is so goddamn smart. When you literally see international people, when, I spoke about this yesterday, right? When you see people, Andrew Holness representing Jamaica at the UN General Assembly, and you see how stately Andrew Holness is. Our, people of a lighter hue was walking, providing security to our Prime Minister in the United States of America, And when you sit down and see people sit down and pull chair for come speak to our Prime Minister, what does that say about our Prime Minister? Man, let me tell you something. May have to die upon this Ahelia Donasa, but Andrew Holness are the best thing me see in my lifetime as a Prime Minister for Jamaica, and any and all things that we can do to support him. We have to continue to do that because he's not done yet. The man have so much more that needs to get done for Jamaica, and until India close, may want for him to be able to get that opportunity to deliver for the Jamaican people what we've not had for so many years, because all we went have when people, 3-card man.
King of Hearts. King of Hearts. King of Hearts, welcome to Truck Platform. Let me say, and I will say it again.
Of course.
Over and over, unity is strength. Unity is strength. And Chuck, I don't care how much herds of drunk are out there, how much negativity is out there. Sometimes I know we don't want to open TikTok, but unity is strength. And let me say, I love everything that you guys are saying. And when something is good and is good for you and good for Jamaica, the PMP will be the first advocate out there talking against it. And so continue. Chuck, don't make me call you and tell me say that. Chuck, don't let me have nothing. And so
when I said that this man, I was running Lou and White Road.
I called Chuck this morning, guys, and asked him why is the space empty? Because too much negativity, misinformation, and propaganda is on TikTok. And while election finished, and yes, guys, we were on here day and night during the election, but we understand that this is a fourth election for real. This is a fourth election, and the fourth term not call yet. We still have to get up, Chuck, and come out here and continue the fight. Because if we leave this space to the dons and the misinformed and the propagandists, we will be doomed. And I will not allow PMP, Mark Golden, and the dons people them to take over Jamaica. So we have to continue the fight. That is all I have to say, and I came up here to encourage you.
You know me not give up the fight, man. If listen to me, if there's 1 ounce of breath left in my body, I will always be out here fighting the cause because I love my country more than I love my country. I love to see when Jamaica do good. It's when Jamaica qualify for the World Cup again tomorrow. I am going to be, I go book one flight, I go find one cheap ticket for go one match. Because anywhere my country there, I feel they wave the flag. And we go always. We not give up, Angel, man. We not give up, man. I sleepless night we spend I fix this, you know.
All right.
Sleepless night to give up today to do this. And I was saying yesterday, I was on King platform the other night, and there was another Chica. What's the name of the guy that was on his platform yesterday again? I don't remember his name.
Dwight?
876. He was here earlier, I know.
He was here. Okay. So when we see platform like these, we have to unite together because the misinformation nowadays is great. And there are people out there who come with them very fancy English accent. And pretend, you know, we have a culture, some people in Jamaica have a culture where believe say anything English must be right. Once you speak properly, you're foreign. Anything foreign. Anything foreign better than yard.
Yeah.
As long as you have an accent.
As long as you have an accent, you're better than yard.
You're believable. Not
You're believable. As long as you have an accent, you're believable.
Yes.
But King, as you said, the Prime Minister is on a mission and he will always have my support on this journey. Right? Because the Prime Minister, you know, so years ago, I can't forget, they have a man named Bobby Lynch. Years ago when Bruce Golding handpicked Andrew to take over the party, Bobby Lynch did tell me from them time, he said, you see this youth here? The PMP afraid of him. And when we say Lynch, why you think so? He said, because he does not speak often. So they don't know what he's thinking. And Lynch should tell me from them, and we are talking from 2011 when Andrew just a step in the water. Lynch said, look what them are going to do to try and mash him up because them can't beat him. Old boy Bobby Lynch.
But the other thing about it is, again, me keep pivoting and I keep saying to people, you know, that Andrew is not an individual for them to play with because when them feel like I said they have one over Andrew 10 steps ahead of them, and that is the part of this thing that they are missing. The same way, Andrew throughout the election, Andrew stayed focused. I remember I watch one of Andrew live and I follow him. I can't remember, I think it was Westmoreland. He have him in PR people them with him down there, so where they do the we're managing in social media platform. And you know, something was said. I didn't hear what it was. And Andrew responded to him and said, we stay focused. We stay focused. That was what Andrew said. We stay focused. We have a direction. We know exactly what we're doing. We stay focused. And I think that should have been probably maybe a off-camera conversation or private conversation, but the mic was still open and we all heard where Andrew did it, and everybody liked what Andrew only said because you saw that in you know, the comment section on the live where everybody was saying, yes, we stay focused. So the problem that they're having is that they cannot distract Andrew. The little shenanigans where Buju Banton pull. What me get, you know, I'll show you what me get, you know, because these are the information a lot of people don't even understand what I'm going, you know. People, it is being said. Say I'm more than Starlink and Fridge down in other shipment there for the man, you know.
I don't put it past them.
You understand where may I go?
I understand totally.
Okay. Them say I'm more than that come down, you know. And this whole melee was a source of distraction to distract from what was truly in the thing. You see what I'm saying to you? So people have to stay focused and understand what it is. And we see a whole heap of people on the platform are redirect the government and even JCF and JDF and all of that down there. So to, you know, the one brother when come out and I speak to this thing and I say X, Y, and Z about X. You see where I'm going? So, you know, I have to pick sense out of nonsense, right? Just because me not put myself in that trouble. But me to tell you, sir, people have to stay focused on what is truly the mission. Our mission out here, people like us, we're out on this thing. So I have to make sure that we are being sober, we are putting out good information. We make sure so we educate those that don't understand what is going on, because each one teach one, you know. And, you know, where we find that you have individuals, because a lot of them come on my platform too, if you come speak ill of the Prime Minister and think that they're going to get a listening ear. You're not going to get a listening ear from me. You understand? Because the same way we're not trying to score the Prime Minister, we're not trying to score Mark Golden that way. You get what I'm saying? We never hold PJ Patterson to that standard. We never want to hold Portia to that standard. So we're not going to try to do the very same thing to Andrew Holness. It is just not going to work for me. And we have to be the individuals out here that is debunking the shenanigans. We have to be the individuals out here that is making sure that we speak in truth to power and making sure that we're elevating the conversation to a better standard, to a better way, so that people know, say, what the Prime Minister is doing is actually working. How many of the People's National Party members you hear speaking about all the workers now that is being laid off? I saw Grand Bahia stating that they're going to be closing, and a lot of those workers now are going to be laid off. How many of them come out and speak about that and what can be done? Because that is not their mission. They were never interested in building a proper tourism product. If we never have Ed Bartlett working day and night down there, so we wouldn't know, so we could have a strong and formidable tourism product. Look how the tourism product went strong long before this hurricane come, and even after. And even during, we still try to fight to make sure so we can still even get a little peace at the winter tourist season. These individuals don't care, because nothing that they're talking about is in the interest of Jamaica. All they're talking about is how they can make some money. When the man come and ask for $50 million, what the hell am I going to do with $50 million when half of Jamaica never went get damaged on it? So what am I do with $50 million? What that $50 million was going to go?
To pay back them bar bill when they run up during the campaign.
This is what I'm saying to you. So they are not looking out for the best interest of the country. All they are looking out for is to fill their pocket. The very same way PJ will hand over all of the FinSac asset to them, and the very same thing they're trying to do. They believe that they own Jamaica, and all the assets in Jamaica should be. And a lot of the people who come on your platform and elsewhere and they speak about, Andrew sell out Jamaica. When you look, because a simple research can show you, the greatest divestment of Jamaica's asset took place under the People's National Party. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much, Chuck. It was a great one. My lunchtime done, so I gotta run.
All right, so big up yourself.
Yeah, man, bless up, man. All right, cool.
You see, when them talk about the selling of the assets of Jamaica, who sell out Jamaica? I said this all the while, and people need to understand me. All the hotel, all the properties, Lato, I see you there. All the properties in Jamaica, from Ocherius to Negril Point, all these properties used to be owned and operated by Jamaicans. All of them used to be owned and operated by Jamaicans. Right? Now, if you want to join the conversation, send me a request, man. Me have no problem. You come, man. Yes, man, come. All of them used to be owned and operated by Jamaicans. Who made that transfer?
Thank you very much.
Well, Alato, who made that transfer of all those property while they are now owned by overseas people? It was done during the FinSac era.
Media,
Who was the architect of that FinSac debacle?
But I'm trying to add a truck, but I don't know what's happening.
Go ahead. Repeat that, Angel.
I said media she requested to be added for a minute now. I've been trying to add her, but it's not. I don't know what's happening. Did you see her? She requested to be added.
I didn't see it. It says waiting for her to join, so I don't know. Look like I'm her part. All right, so here she is now. That transfer was done during the Patterson era of FinSac, and who was the architect of that era in Jamaica? The very same Mark Jefferson Golding was that. Mr. Lato.
Chuck, Wagwan.
Wagwan Media, welcome.
Yes, sir.
Medea.
Yes, sir.
I would look. Is it my time to talk now?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
All right. I hear
Well,
the
let me
J-
warn you. Let me warn you about one thing.
Yeah.
When you come over here, you're gonna be challenged. Yeah.
I always love challenge. I like to be opposition all time.
But no problem. That I can see why you're supporting that party.
So listen to me now.
Yes.
The young man who was here just now, we gone for him lunch. I hope he's listening.
No, he's gone back to work. You know, gone to lunch. He gone back to work.
Yes, so he must have been in phone and listen same way, probably. Now, I hear he was talking about the tourism in Jamaica. And let me break down the tourism for you guys who don't understand what tourism is all about. Now,
We are breaking down for.
hold on, we want him here. Because he was boasting on tourism a while ago. So let me show him what tourism is all about. First of all, when you live in America, Canada, England, or Europe, or anywhere in the world, and you want to come to Jamaica, you go to a travel agency, and then you go online, and you order your tickets for the ship or the plane. And if you're gonna stay in an all-inclusive hotel, you book everything right there, and you pay your money right there. When you pay your money right there, those money that you pay right there do not come to Jamaica. It stay where it pay. The money that you pay, for instance, 1,000 people is coming to Jamaica per year, tourists. And the 1,000 people that come into Jamaica on the tourist ship or the tourist plane to go to an all-inclusive hotel. When they buy their ticket in any foreign country, they pay their money right there. That means that money stay there. You don't go to Jamaica. It stay there.
Some of it do. That's
Hold
what
on, Media.
Make him call himself. Make him call himself.
May I give you?
All right.
Give me
All right.
I don't want to
Before I make him bury himself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
make
don't
him go
want to
and talk
interrupt.
about
Continue.
Let me bury myself, please.
Oh, by the way, guys, hold on. Let me just mention this. I spoke to Connecting the Dot yesterday. He's good. Him not get back powerful yet, but he's working on it. So Connecting the Dot is okay for those who've been asking. He's good. He said, listen sometime, but him not have back full power, so when he do get him phone charge, he have to maintain it a little bit, you know. So Connecting the Dot, him good. In the boat. Continue
And
now.
him same tired that truck too. That's why I'm not coming on the live again.
Yes.
Nah. I'm never said so.
So, what happened now, Mr. Chuck? 1,000 persons that buy their tickets.
Oh, God.
The money stay in America. Let me stay one place. In America.
What on the Charlie? We know why you say Charlie, man, but just give me a second, Charlie.
Charlie.
What on Charlie, man?
Watch constructive dismantling of garbage. Just make him calm himself first.
Charlie, make him bury himself.
Can I speak?
Yes,
Are you
All
guys?
right, make him bury himself, then we dig him back
Can
up.
I speak? I'm gonna
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. We're listening.
to speak, mate.
We don't want the life get too noisy, please.
Please.
Yes.
We have it, keep it like how we did. Keep
Thank
it
you
clean.
very much, man. All right. Now, Mr. Chuck, as I was saying, that money spent and it stay where it spent. Because most of the people that own these resorts, they are Americans, they are foreigners, own the resort. Most of them. All right. When the people them come and stay in the resort, they spend their money in the resort. So the resort, most of them don't spend no money because it's all inclusive. They get their food free, they get their drink free, they get everything free. So the money spent long time a foreign before it touch Jamaica. Now, where is the Jamaican government or the Jamaican people benefit from that kind of money? And I don't say people don't benefit from tourism, you know, but here when they benefit from tourism, you say that me come and the rest of people, them like the normal foreigners come to Jamaica and spend with the local economy. Like when we come out, we spend with the local people. That's where the money is spent. But when the big ship come in and the big plane come in and then going at the all-inclusive, them the money not touch road. A chicken eye touch road, 5% touch the road.
All right. First of all, hold on. Let me stop you now.
Hold on, let me give you a base.
You said two. Well, on media. You said two things which cannot be true. So
Yeah.
first of all,
Chuck.
is either the money touch the road or we don't touch the road.
Chuck,
so
one
decide
second.
which one.
Chuck, Good
This is
afternoon,
my-
everybody. Guys, hold on.
This is my
Hold on. One
Chica,
important
moderate for me,
question.
please. One at a time. Chica, moderate for me, please. I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to call so I'll be back in a 1 minute.
Speaker, I beg you just to ask him one question before we start. If he has ever booked a trip online, as he said, and come to Jamaica. First question.
No, because I want to support the local economy.
No, you
All
need to
right. So
listen
let
to
me
the
tell you how.
question. Hold on,
Let me tell you
media.
how a ticket is based on.
Media, hold on.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead.
Travi,
Yeah.
repeat the question.
Again, the question is, have you ever booked one of those, what you call it now, Jet 2 vacations to come? Ever pay for your hotel, your stay, everything, your rental car online, and then come to Jamaica? That's
No, sir. I come there to support the local economy.
Okay. All right. Joshua, what you say?
All right. So, have you ever bought anything online at all, Lotto?
Lots of things.
All right. Does it go to the country? Hold on. Does it go to the country that it was being sold in, or does it stay in the country where you made the purchase from?
For instance.
No. Not tell me about no for instance, Lotto.
For instance, you buy a pack from Amazon in Jamaica. Where your money go?
No. Hold on, sir.
You go back to
Hold on,
Basel.
Lotto.
Yes.
Stop going around now, sir. Come and ask you a direct question.
If a car's,
hold on, sir.
If you buy a pack from Amazon
Hold
in
on,
Jamaica,
sir.
the money go to Jeff Bezos.
Lotto, when you were talking, we gave you the respect of listening to you. Do the same. You don't control this, sir. Do the same.
You ask me a question and me answer, sir.
Right, but you're... All right, let me ask you a specific question. If a car is being sold in Japan and you are in Jamaica, and you have to send off the money first before the car is shipped, who gets it, Jamaica or Japan?
Japan.
Right. So why is it any different that hold on? Why is it different that a Sandals resort that is Jamaican owned, a vacation is being booked from America or any one of those places that you name to Sandals resort in Jamaica? Why doesn't the money come to Jamaica?
Brother, are you telling me?
I am asking you a specific question.
One
By
hotel
your
out
own
of 100
logic.
hotel? Out of 100 hotel you call one?
I am asking you by your own logic, sir.
That's
By
why I
your
tell you
own
5%, sir.
Sir, what data do you have to support that lie?
Anyone, every data.
Supply it. Supply it. Don't just keep the data to yourself. Supply it.
As I tell you, most 90% of the hotel in Jamaica owned by foreigners.
All right. Let me ask you a question. Hold on, Lotto. Let me ask you a question. Do you know how many persons are employed to the hotel and tourist industry in Jamaica?
Lots.
Directly employed.
Lots.
Lots like how much?
100%.
You're not making sense, sir. Let me give you, to save you the embarrassment, right? It's 175,000 persons that are employed. Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. It's 175,000 persons in Jamaica that are directly employed to the hotel and tourism industry. That number is significant because you say that they don't benefit, even if it's foreigners who own these
when
hotels.
Joshua finishes, we like to go next.
Right? Even if it's foreigners who own these hotels, there are 175 persons who are directly now employed as a result of these vacations that are being booked. Now let us tell you what the spin-off benefits are. The farmers who sell produce to these hotels are going to benefit. Some of the furniture makers, because my cousin from Trelawney who make furniture sell to hotel, right? They also directly benefit. What it therefore means is that the hardware that sells these wood benefit from it. The transport operators, such as Juta and all of these persons, they also benefit from tourism that is there. In addition to that, the raftsmen on the Rio Grande and other places, they also benefit. As a result of that, what the raftsmen earn, the shop in their community benefit from it too. And all of these persons who have to wear clothes, the local stores benefit from it. You guys are too short-sighted. You cannot see beyond
That is
your
what I'm telling you
nose.
about the 5%.
All right,
That's
so hold on
5%,
now,
mate.
Lato, hold on now. Lato, beg a second now. Tag me now. Beg a second. Now.
Lato, I will see Breeze, I see in person.
Hold on.
Just
No, two different somebody.
Hold on. We're going to have Chuck, then media, then Travi, because I think Travi will give like a detailed breakdown about the
Oh,
tickets and
yes.
stuff like
So
that.
let me go, then media, then. So, Lato.
Yeah.
So your complaint now is that majority of the hotels are owned by foreigners, right?
Yes.
And that is a problem. Now, I've made this speech several times, and I want you to tell me if I'm wrong. When I said there was a time back in the 80s when every single hotel from Ochireus to Negril Point was owned and operated by Jamaicans. Am I correct?
I would say yes.
No, I don't want you to would say yes. Am I correct? Is that yes or no?
I don't 100% sure to tell you yes or no, but I can believe you. I will believe you.
Then before you join a conversation like this, you should have that information. But the answer is yes. They used to be owned and operated by Jamaica. No.
Yes.
When did that transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich take place?
It started take place in the 90s.
No, you can be very specific. When did it take place, Mr. Lato?
Since the new hotel them start to build up in Jamaica.
When did those properties transfer into foreign hands?
In the last 15 years. From saying,
Mr. Lato, no. When did those properties transfer into foreign hands?
From 2005 on.
During FinSac. It was during FinSac.
Whether you guys talking about one thing, FinSac.
FinSac is not one thing, Lato.
Sir,
FinSac is
it's
not
a
one
historical
thing.
fact, Lato.
It was during FinSac when the Jamaican property was stolen from them and sold for pennies on the dollar to an American company that now dole them out to people. Now, who was in charge of the government when that happened, Lato?
Does he know this? I'm saying, is he playing like he don't know this? Or
I think he's playing like he don't know, but he's gonna answer my questions today.
Angel, he doesn't want to know because it doesn't suit his narrative.
Hold on, guys. I asked Lato a question. I want him to answer me. When that transfer take place, Mr. Lato, who was in charge of the government?
Well, to the ear, I think it was PJ.
Who was PJ's chief advisor?
You know, say I didn't know about Mr. Golden until probably a couple years ago. I didn't know about him.
Truth shall set you free, my friend.
I didn't know about him.
So let me wrap. Let me sum it up for you now, and then me allow media to come. Let me sum it up for you now. So what you're saying to me now is that the problem that you have with Jamaica is created by the man where I support to lead Jamaica. Can you come to teach me about tourism, you know? The problem where you have with tourism was created by the man where you run behind to lead Jamaica.
You know, I'm not running behind no specific person.
You are running behind him, sir.
No,
I will now yield the floor.
I am not, Mr. Chuck. I am not.
Chuck, what's his name? Lato, you don't know
Lato,
how a
please.
ticket work.
Pardon me?
So let me tell you how a ticket work.
Yes,
you have a fear. You know, so actually the fear is so low on most airlines. But why it seems so expensive? Because of the fees that come out to the airline ticket. You have to pay the government of Jamaica departure. Each of us pay departure fees. Okay, because we're not paying it out of our pocket like before, but you still pay that. You pay the US or Canada, whatever country I leave from. You pay that kind of fee there. You see, every time a airline pull up on the tarmac and park, they must pay something. It's like you go park your car outside and you have to pay. You know the landing fee. You understand? all those things come out of a ticket, and with the air, and even if you book a all-inclusive hotel on the ticket, you still have to pay for the taxes and all of that to the Jamaican government. So what are you saying? Make it make sense. You don't understand all of that. So you're saying that whole Jamaica benefit from it? They do, because most of those fees that come out of it goes to Jamaica.
Do you know if the plane came empty, you still have to pay a landing fee? Did you know that?
Oh God!
Lotto.
Let media finish and then we go to Travis, please.
Lotto.
Yes, my brother.
Want media to finish and then media yield to Travis.
Sorry,
Me
just
want
beg
piece
that.
more, you know.
Me just a big a piece of pinch.
Go ahead, Joshua.
Me a big a pinch without the laptop on.
Hold on,
Me just a big a
Skype. After
pinch.
Travis, then you Skype.
Right.
So yeah, just hold
So
on.
Lotto.
After Travis, then
Yes,
you.
my brother. Yes, my brother.
Let me call him my friend, Lotto Pinch.
You're my brother.
Then Lotto, since you say even if the plane is empty, them have to pay a landing fee.
Yes.
Which government is collecting that landing fee?
Country that they land.
Right. And with all of these planes coming to Jamaica, you're saying that Jamaica does not benefit from that landing fee?
Yes, they do. But that is
Then, you say the
I talk
you
about
say
is
it's just
5%. All right, you want to move it from 5 now?
But Lotto,
to 10%.
Lotto, let me put figures to you. Let me put reality figures to you. Jamaica keeps 40% of the tourism dollar. 40%. Okay? These are no feelings we are talking. And I challenge you, Lotto, to go do the research and come back to me. Jamaica keeps 40% of the tourism dollar. Okay, sir?
I would probably believe they can
No,
get a
you
lot.
see, there you go, Lotto. You say you would probably. So where did you get the 5% from?
Oh God!
Where did you get the 5% figure that you showed? If you would probably believe me. You see, the problem with you, Lotto, you're not even challenged when we say you believe. That means that your 5% figure was coming from nowhere.
I will challenge you. Let me tell you why.
Hold on, Nato. So Chuck make a valid point.
Yes.
40%, 4.3 million people visit Jamaica last year, 2024. Did you know that, Lato?
I was included.
4.3.
I was included, and I went to the hotel.
You don't have to go to the hotel. It's not just hotel alone. When you're a tourist, hold on there.
And by the way, Lotto, in the last 5 years, in the last 10 years, Airbnb is completing with the hotels.
Even Chuck,
Hold on,
even
guys.
if you
Hold
go
on.
your
Hold on,
yard,
guys.
Chuck.
Media, please. There's a
Even if you
misinformation.
go your yard, even if you have a yard where you go, you're still bringing in something to the country. You know why, Lotto? The money that you spend on the road. Every time you go to a market, when you go to a supermarket, the gas where you buy every single thing, and still your money are pouring to the country.
When I come to Jamaica,
Guys, let me finish my point. The 4.3 million is not just returning Jamaican. This is tourists. That is different. If you landed in Jamaica, you landed not as a returning resident or a Jamaican coming home.
Thank you, Angel. That's what I was about to ask.
Right, and so let's not get that confused. Me never said
Thank you,
Jamaica.
Angel, because I wanted to correct him on that also.
Yes, so let me
Thank
correct you, Latte. You can't come over Labour Right Live and not have information, because I don't put it down since one like myself have the information, baby. I learned from Chuck and all these people on here. So come correct. Yeah. Thank you.
Travis, go ahead, because
Go ahead, Travis.
I didn't hear the final part of what you're saying now.
Me, I was telling you that Jamaica keeps 40% of the tourism dollar. 40% of the tourism dollar stays in Jamaica. So I don't, but let me ask you this, Lotto. Where did you get that 5% figure that you showed earlier? Where did you get that figure?
I get it from my own knowledge.
Where did you get that knowledge?
Hold on.
How did I come? When I started?
Hold on. Where did you get that knowledge?
Lend me the mic, no?
Hold on. Can I speak now?
Yeah, go ahead. Where did you get that knowledge?
When I start to think about this tourism business, and here they've been boasting on tourism in Jamaica, where in myself, I say tourism not really helping the people in Jamaica. Because
that's what you're saying of yourself.
Yes, because when I see the people them go to the ticket agency or online and buy them ticket.
You know, Chuck, you know, I've been listening to this guy, Chuck.
Now,
Hold on, man.
Goffman, you can't dispatch me out of the way. So Goffman, cool na Goffman.
Hold on, Goffman, I know your time yet. Allow, let out to finish. Like, Chavis and T-Tie, or Chavis back.
Goffman, I know you want a beat now, fam. But no beat a fellow PNP so hard. Wait.
Goffman, don't like the bullshit either.
Hey, Travi gone. Let me the mic now. Let me the mic. I'm not gonna stay too long.
Where me gone? Where me gone? I'm done from the finish. Me no in a back and forth, you know.
Goffman want lick off the man head, man.
Alright, so
the
reason not your
no man, Travi, I go now.
The reason I asked you if you ever booked a trip to Jamaica, like a full tourist trip, you know, hotel, car rental, all of that involved. I ask you that because of the taxes and fees that is associated with that. And you made a statement that is grossly incorrect, that the money where them pay are foreign, stay are foreign. So where does the money come from to pay the over 350,000 jobs created through tourism? Where does the money come from to pay that much people? Let me also inform you that Jamaica economy, 30% of that is the money from tourism. Yeah?
Media gonna be
like
back a little bit here.
I would like to also inform you that in real terms, in monetary figures,
if she can't stay, I'm not
tourism.
Alright. You need me to come down?
In monetary figures, tourism contribute 3.7 to 4.2 billion US dollars to Jamaica annually.
Chavi,
right?
Chavi,
Yes,
can I break you and read something real fast there?
Go ahead.
So this says approximately 40.08 cents of every dollar that is spent in tourism stays in Jamaica. This is an increase from the previous retention rate of 30%. Lato, ask me when the increase come. Ask me, Lato.
Yeah, ask you now.
10 years ago.
So the rest of 10
when
years.
the Jamaica Labour Party took office, we start to retain 10% more than we did previously under the People's National Party. Lato, this is information where you can research, my friend. And fact. Continue, Chavi. I just wanted to read that into the record.
Hold on, Chuck, before you let him go, don't just tell him when it came, but you have to point out the active actions that were taken to ensure that this happened. Because here's how PNP read that argument. I'm not talking Garfman. The average PNP tend to read this argument that you are pointing a finger only to the administration just because you're a JLP, and not looking at the necessary policy implementation that caused all of these.
Continue, Chavi.
All right, so let us cut it short. We'll make it real quick. Come here, something to go do. You ever Latte, ever hear of the tourism enhancement fund?
I heard about it. What's it all about?
That's why you said tourism don't benefit Jamaica. See, that's an important thing that you don't know nothing about.
And that was implemented by the PNP.
And that was implemented by your people. Come here, come to just detail, me give you information. Go ahead and ask your question.
Can a person that working in the tourist industry, I'm not talking a supervisor, a young woman, a young man that working in the tourist industry in Jamaica, can they go to the mortgage place and buy a house and pay their money?
The answer is a resounding yes.
Yes.
Oh,
the answer is a resounding yes. The answer is a resounding yes. As a matter of fact, hold on. Oh my God. Hold on, because I'm ignorant.
Something, Travi.
Go ahead.
Travi, hold on. Let me say something.
Yeah.
And this is coming from a place of misinformation with a lot of you guys who sit on the internet. Did you all know that hotel workers are not paid minimum wage?
I heard.
Did you know that?
I heard one somebody.
I am asking you if you know that.
To get.
That is not. Let me hold on, Joshua. Let me tell you this: hotel workers are normally paid probably $2,000 or $3,000 more than the minimum wage, and most importantly, they are paid gratuity. And included in that gratuity, a lot of them are still getting tips. So the poverty that you guys are preaching that hotel workers are enduring, it is not accurate. What is indeed accurate among Jamaicans are money management issues. We are unable to budget and we mismanage our money and we don't know our priorities.
Who you talking?
That is it.
Who them? Who you talking?
Let me tell you this.
Who don't manage their
Somebody
money,
said
Papa?
tip really. Let me tell you this. I have had family members who work in hotel. I have worked with clients who work in hotels. So I know what I am talking about. When hotel in a season, they call it season, when hotel is in season, people are making them $500. If you're a good worker, you get wally patip at hotel. Me not ask Christ about that. I am from Montego Bay. I know this.
Anywhere in the world.
I am from Montego Bay. I know this. Grateful you can't tell me nothing about
You know what I do next time when I go to Jamaica? I make sure I drive a couple of the hotels them and talk to the people them who work there.
Lato, somebody in the chat must answer this question. I'm going to ask.
From Negril to Montego Bay to Ochi.
Lato,
stop at the hotel, the big hotel them, and ask them.
Lato, somebody in the chat must answer this question, and I have to ask.
Yeah.
We are giving you some information now, sir. Mm-hmm. When you go on a PMP platform later on, are you going to repeat this information that you're getting here?
If I'm going to repeat this information?
Yes.
If it come up, like I have some more information. Did you know that the government of Jamaica spent $67 billion and only make 60 cents? Since last week.
Yo. So
did you know?
Have a go now. That means I can't segue now. I can't burn.
Go ahead, Sky.
Lotto, don't move away from tourism. Lotto, don't move away from tourism.
Bury that right away.
Hold on, Lotto. Don't move away from tourism yet.
Sophie, you're majoring. Well, and Joshua, Sophie, you're majoring in the minor. Not every hotel tip. I know that. I never said every hotel tip, and not every single guest that is going to come in the hotel is going to tip you. I am not stupid. I know that. That's not what I am saying. What I am saying is hotel workers are not paid minimum wage. I don't need to agree to that. They are all paid at least $1,000 or $2,000 more than the minimum wage, and they are all being paid gratuity, and some get tip along with that.
Somebody said my mom used to work.
Hold on, Lotto. Hold on. Allow Lashika to make her point, and then if you want to counter it or place another.
No, Latisha, what did you?
She was making a point. Allow her to land. Garfman is here waiting Skyfall, and plus I want to put something else on the table.
All right, so hold on. Let's check. Travi, you did finish? Travi
seems
all right,
been
Skyfall, you can go. Oh, Travi.
Yeah, manners and respect. Big up on yourself, everybody. Big up. Uncle Joshua, big up. Uncle Joshua.
Greetings, my brother. Greetings.
Yeah, me there listen to Latte, you know, and you know, me thinking in my mind, me I say, boy, me don't know what we do to deserve this. Where did we go wrong as Jamaicans? Because Lato, with all due respect, I mean, I mean for insult you, my virgin. I mean no insult. How can you come on a platform full of people, nearly 300 people, and I go say, people who book trip to Jamaica, no money no go to Jamaica? Where you get that from?
I didn't say no money no go to Jamaica. I said 5%.
That's what you said.
Lato.
That's what you said.
Lato.
That's what you said.
So much I would not tell. Lato, so much I would not. Lato, percentage no work.
That's what you said. You never give the percentage initially. That's what you said, sir.
Percentage don't work like that. You can't raise it from 5 to 10%. Percentage no work how you feel. Percentage is based on facts, Lotto.
Hello,
So you can't-
good evening. Can I say something to Lotto?
No.
I used to work at a hotel for 16 years, so I can say.
Hold on.
Shakir, I'm gonna give somebody the box because somebody want to come up. I'll give them a chance. to talk.
All right, media, but hold on, guys. This is not, you don't just jump on the platform. I know you have a point that you want to make, but you also have to give the person that was talking an opportunity to finish. So please allow
Why did she go?
Skyfall to finish, and then you can go ahead. Go ahead, Skyfall.
She went up.
Yeah, she said she soon come. She said she soon come. But what may I say, Lotto? Lotto, you can't give out percentage based on your feelings. Percentage no works, my virgin. Percentage work by facts. You understand what I say?
Data.
So somebody thinks data, exactly. So when you book a ticket from Jamaica, you have to read the itinerary, my brethren, and it outline how much tax you pay to the Jamaican government, how much the airline get. You get all of them information, my friend. That even that figure that would Chuck give out, say 40%. Chuck, me interested to know if that's even direct or indirect. You understand what I say? Because me would argue say it's higher than 40% indirect. And indirect mean the craftsman. The craftsman with up on the road where them get a little when people stop and buy a little craft art, you know.
Them not there road again, brother.
Them
not there road.
what am I tell me say?
No,
Them not there road again.
Lotto.
What you mean them not there road?
Lotto.
See them no more. When I used to
Lotto.
Me can't tell you say them there from gully. Me can't tell you that.
They're not there no more.
Skyfall.
Me I tell you that. Me I tell you say that from gully.
Let me correct him with the nonsense.
Go ahead.
Are you familiar with the Montego Bay Craft Market?
Yes.
Lotto?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, by the seaside.
Are you familiar with the one in Kingston down on the waterfront?
Yes.
And one there pineapple.
Are you familiar with the Oterius Craft Market?
And one there pineapple.
Right up by.
Are you familiar with the Falmouth Craft Market?
I don't know that one.
Right, there is one in Falmouth. Right, so how are you to say they no longer exist and you are familiar with them? That both of them.
Let me give Lato.
What I'm saying to
Guys,
Lato.
let me add one more piece of information to Lato. Well, Lato, don't seem to me.
Can I say something now?
Well, Lato.
Joshua, set up the band, Joshua.
Lato, did you know that the Jamaican government makes more from cruise ship stopover than from the airlines?
How?
Lato, you can join the conversation. You have to come with the information, my friend.
Hey, well, let me finish and jump off. And give somebody else. Lato, all of them people that were there on the road, where you see, all right, you go up a Oche and see a man walk and sell cane. $5 for cane. All of them money, them brethren. And contrary to popular belief, when tourists come to Jamaica, them not just stay in a hotel. The hotel make it them point of duty if you carry them out, my friend. The hotel carry them out.
Greatest.
Later, you have to do your research, my brethren.
They take them like Juta boats and they carry them to specific places.
But them stop along the way, my brethren. Them stop along the way. Later, you can't come on the people and platform come and talk like this. You make we look bad.
No.
Jaja, you make we look bad, my brethren. I'm not lie to you. Honestly, me never know. Since recently, me never know so much done Jamaican day. And me always boast. Say Jamaican have one of the highest literacy rating in the world. Me never know so we done. Honestly. I mean no disrespect to you, but Virgin, you're done. You can't talk like that, my friend.
No, Skyfall, no.
I mean no disrespect. I'm sorry. I'm take it back. I'm sorry.
Lato, me didn't want you. Me say once you come here, you're gonna be challenged.
I love to be challenged.
You can't come with
I am not thin skin, you know. I am not thin skin because I'll have a lots of labor right friend when I'm a real G.
This is not labor right or PNP,
like
my
you,
brethren. This is not labor right or PNP, my brethren. This is tax. Bless up on yourself. Bless up on yourself.
Big up yourself, Skyfall.
Bless up on yourself.
Skyfall, don't leave it. I want to say this to you. You understand. And Chuck, you know that a lot of people use percentage to make it to make a figure look high or low. You know that 5% can be $20 billion, and 100% can be $1 billion. It depends on what you're referencing it.
Depends on the size of the pie.
Yes, a lot of people do that. So allow me to finish, please. Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish. So you come here and saying, oh, 5%.
Yes.
5% can mean $100 billion.
Yes.
5% can mean $1 trillion. So
true.
a lot of times when people are talking about even there was something on the news I think last year with COVID, and they were saying, oh, there's 100% increase in cases, right? Compared to this time last year. This time last year was only 2 cases. And it's 100% increase.
So
when
only
you
4.
do things like that. Right? When you do things like that, it's just to get a clickbait kind of thing.
Yeah, it's an emotional response.
Right.
And Lato.
Emotional. So
yeah.
That's what I wanted to say.
Just for clarity now, it says that our rate of retention is second only to the Dominican Republic. We are ahead of the rest of the Caribbean that has a retention rate of between 10 and 30%.
Chuck, tell them what retention rate is, please.
Well, we keep.
I can't come in now, Chuck.
Chuck, I've been here a while waiting.
Let's up on yourself. Let's up.
Golfman has been waiting for a while.
Lato, big up yourself, Lato, big up.
Okay. So it's Golfman and then the lady who was trying to speak.
And then Canisia and then Bob.
Yeah, man. You know, Chuck, and I glad you mentioned the Dominican Republic, the DR. Because what I beg of people to do right now, since the hotel industry, the tourism industry in Jamaica is a bit handicapped at this very moment. If you were to we are now going into the tourist season, coming out of North America, yeah?
Joshua, Government, just before you continue, the Prime Minister has announced that on the 15th of December, Jamaican tourism will be open for business.
Correct. Agree.
All right.
Agree. But we're still going to have some hotels still under repair. But the point I'm making is this. And this is something that I do on an annual basis in comparison to the DR and Jamaica. Whenever the winter tourist season starts, Jamaica get the bulk of that when everything is up and running full flight. Today, if you were to go on a website like what our brethren Latter State and look at the rates that are coming out of the DR, it is a fact that the DR right now rates are very attractive because they're under the impression that a lot of people may not want to go into Jamaica. And back in when the tourism is live and well in Jamaica, the DR is always not too competitive with Jamaica because it's not a competition. But I just want to say this, Lato. I heard a young lady media, I heard Travi, I talk about concessions at the airport and renting of cars. Are you aware that even to rent a car at the airport, the government receive a tax from that, a concession tax? Even when you are in the airport buying a patty, whether you are coming or going, the government tax you.
In any country, my brother.
Well, no. In any country, but I want to say this to you. In every country that you go, I don't hear nobody talk about the the boat. The ships that comes in.
You wasn't listening then, Government.
I'll take a phone call. So I was in between. After work, I'm not having the luxury like you guys.
But Chuck, remember, the first time, I don't remember if it's the first time, but I think it was in the earlier days when we met Garfman.
Yes.
It was the very same point we beat Garfman and with him ticket. You remember Garfman with
correct. And it is something that I know. I'm well aware of it because me personally, I don't pay for the ticket for the cost of the airline. I only pay taxes. And I am always someone. No, I don't use body pass. I just pay taxes. I don't use body pass. I just pay taxes. One thing I don't believe is taking an airline and be on a standby ticket. I don't believe in that. I believe to be have a direct seat. But what I'm saying, somebody like me always complain about the taxes that we're paying in Jamaica, frankly speaking. Because, for example, if you take a Spirit airline from Fort Lauderdale, that ticket alone one way is about a good $95. But majority of that money now is going to pay to the US government because you're leaving the US. When you are now leaving Jamaica, that's where the Jamaican government get the bulk of their taxes. And nothing is wrong with that. But at the end of the day, brother, at the end of the day, the taxes must be paid. And I am somebody who don't like to pay taxes, not gonna lie to you. If I can get out of not paying taxes, I'm good. And I pay a lot of taxes, especially when you live in North America, you're going to pay taxes up here, yang. Not comparing to Canada. Canada, you're going to pay much more.
Try the taxes in Europe. Try the taxes in Europe, and you'll see taxes.
There you go. There you go. Going to a Scandinavian island, and you find taxes, and then you can't
so
the fact of the matter,
tourism.
The government make money out of tourism, brother.
Have
the
you
government
learned anything, Lato, on the matter of tourism?
Yeah, man.
Brother, I heard a lot.
No, I did not say here. Have you learned anything?
I heard a lot, and I also learned a lot.
Good for you.
As I said, I was having at 5%, and I move it to 10%.
No. Don't use a percentage, please. Don't use a percentage because tourism is the #1 earner for the country.
No,
so don't do that, man. Don't do that.
I want you to understand what I'm saying at the beginning. My understanding.
But the question I must ask before you go,
saying,
have you ever rented a car in Jamaica from an airport?
All the time.
All the time. So you have done so. Have you ever looked at your contract? Have you ever break it down and look at your contract?
Not really.
These are the things that you have to do, man. Check out these things thoroughly before you speak.
That's why I don't really like to rent it from the airport. I will go to a private man and rent it.
But I would suggest to you, but even if you go to the private man, you're still building the economy, and I agree with you, but I will tell you, I suggest you continue rent from the airport.
Well, it's a better way because like the last time, one time, a couple of years ago, I went to a private man, went his car, a dog run across the road, mashed up the car, it cost me 500,000 to fix my car. They were from the airport.
We don't want airport the dog run across the road and cost you 500,000.
Lato, when you left here, you go full of info. You know, so when you left here now, Lato, I can sit down now and listen to you on the PNP live, let me know.
Yeah, all this thing, Chuck.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yes, your time now, my dear.
So sorry about that. I was just telling you that I was at work. Sorry about when I come up and say something.
That's okay.
Yeah. Anyway, Lata, I was telling you, I used to work at Coppers Nickel for 16 years with Lee Issa. Okay?
Yeah.
And hotel do a lot for Jamaica. As they say, the farmer, everybody benefit from it. Everybody, the street side vendor, everybody, in Negril, everybody benefit from tourists. And as she was saying, when your basic pay, we don't get like the government. Your basic pay, more money, and then you get gratuity. To the amount of person who come in at the hotel, they get more money. So every week, your gratuity might go up.
So
as your supervisor,
I'm asking you one question.
Yeah.
Is it minimum wages you get, or you get more than?
No, we don't get minimum wage. The government, every year, the government give up minimum wage, and the hotel put more money on it. And then we I should say, if our $2,000 or $1,800 more, and then it go with gratuity. So every week you get gratuity. So if the host count is at 100, you might be kept 10,000 extra on your pay with your basic. Depends on the host count. If it might be 100%, can be 50, depends. So every hotel worker carry more money than an average person who work outside. Like, let's say the minimum wage person. Supervisor, more money. Host, more money.
Lato.
Yeah.
I used to be a supervisor 5-6 years ago. My basic was, when I go home, like, was 100 and something. And because Mr.
Hold on, back up. Well, tell Lato that again, please.
I used to work 6 years ago, and because because it's labor right, that is Mr. not Andrew Wallace, Bruce, when Bruce just win, you remember with the 1.5? He was the one because the pay as they earn.
No, 1.5 was Anjo.
In those time, yeah. I think it was, when him was some minutes. I think another time was about 7 years ago they started. But 7 years ago. And guess what happened? Because it was 1.5. You see the pay as earn what PJ come with? I used to pay $35,000 a tax when Labor Right win. $6,000 a month. The pay and with a little bit of tax where NHT take out and the education tax, you go home with more money. So I'm a hotel worker, so I'm telling you about my. So what you're talking about is rubbish.
Thank you very much, Anisia. Thank you very much. Hold on, Paul. More come, but Paul, Rockstar said we have one question. So I'm
at work, so I'm gonna leave. So thank you guys.
And thank you, Anisia. Paul.
Let's say you need to do your research, not because you're PNP, you just listen to it. You need to do your research. Okay? Thank you.
I just want to ask that a question because I realized that when you listen to him speak, the only thing he knows is the narratives that are out there on the social media space. And so when she's talking, the only thing you could ask her, is it minimum wage? Because the narrative that we have to run with, minimum wage can't feed nobody. And so, again, Mr. T, again, Lato, if you don't have information enough to hold a conversation with Chuck on this platform, you don't tread it lightly when you come over here, okay?
So can I answer you now?
No.
You're talking about minimum wages.
Somebody else
Lots of people work minimum wages in Jamaica. We cannot see them head or their foot.
Go ahead, Paul.
Same thing in America, same thing in England, same thing in Canada.
Go on, Paul. I'm mute.
No, hold on, Paul. Paul, Rockstar said only have one question. Let me make Rockstar ask him question here. Yeah. So go ahead, Rockstar, ask the question.
Yeah, blessings everybody.
Blessings.
So I was on a particular live a while ago, right? I don't know if it's safe to call name. I don't know if anybody over here would know the individual, but it is a Rasta man and he wear glasses. I can say that much, and I think a lot of people might know. So they say that they are patriots, right?
Yeah, man.
Now, I know patriots are people who have their country at their best interests. Mm-hmm. Not necessarily who are aligned to any particular party. So I heard something and I went to challenge what was said, right? Now, I heard that the government is giving out rotten foods to the people who were who are victims of Hurricane Melissa.
Rockstar, I would urge you, don't even repeat, please.
No, Chuck, just listen what me I say, Chuck. Just listen what me I say. All right. What me I say is because me know say anything the government are put out there, the government have to ensure say whether any side of party, whether P or the J, they have to ensure say and not spoil nothing and things will make sense. You understand? Because them themselves know the trouble where them can get in if it do something like that. Now, I went to challenge it and I went to ask which particular, where did they get these rotten food and who distribute these rotten foods? And they stated that a particular individual in Purnell, Charles Jr., gave the people rotten food. So I am asking if anybody who is not aligned to any kind of party would hear of something like that. So me want to know for myself if nothing goes up.
I'm not aligned.
If anybody else hear about it.
I'm not aligned to any of the two parties. However, that would just not make any sense in the grand scheme of stuff. That would not make any sense. All the aid that is coming in from foreign countries is fresh produce. The only way that it would be spoiled is if they purposely took the aid and then waited a couple of days or whatever just to spin a narrative that it was spoiled. But I can't believe that anything would be given that was spoiled.
Let me insert this in case Rockstar didn't know. Rockstar, last couple of days ago, the government announced that a container with some spoiled stuff went missing from a storage area in St. James, and the government was urging people to be on the lookout for it. Okay, so people break in, I would say, and steal a container or the contents of it that has some spoiled thing in it. That is the only thing I can think of, but there is absolutely no truth.
Where that container came from?
Hold on, I need us to pause.
A 4 container. All right, Daphne say a 4 container. Thank you, Daphne, boy.
Chuck, I need us to stop at this moment because now we are adding.
Where container come from?
Hold on, Lato. You have just inserted and added information to a hearsay that we cannot check if it is so. Now, whoever the panel platform as a government is giving out such and such, and we bring it over here, and now we start a new conversation, and now we are adding that containers. And now we need to pause. Stop. First of all, we cannot align that with that. We have no facts to that. We don't have enough facts if such a thing.
It is true. It is true that the containers.
No, I know that, Chica. I'm not disputing the mission. I'm saying we are now aligning the container with what the person said on the line. That may be the food. We don't know that. So let's pause and don't even go so far into that. We're adding to the mix-up on the propaganda.
Yeah, true. So Rockstar, the answer is no.
I saw it on the live. I saw it on the live.
That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted.
We're not gonna do it.
Yeah, not a debate or anything at all about it. I just wanted to know.
No government. There is no government. There is no private individual that is giving out any spoiled food to anybody. The government or any private. There's lots of private individuals that are helping out.
Mr. Chuck.
Yes, sir.
I saw a live.
I do want us to continue that conversation. Lato,
Lato. All right. Big up yourself, as Mr. I just
Thank you, Rockstar.
Yeah, man.
You've seen it on a live.
Hold on.
I saw on a live a cat dancing. Is that true then? I saw on a live that a cat was dancing. Is that true?
Hold on, Mr. Something, please.
Lato, get back to the core.
So Lato,
I saw they were giving out some stuff, and they really give something.
Lato.
Just let me say something and come down, please. You see, Mr. Lato. He is there listening, but you see, tonight he's gonna go on the big live and he's gonna beat on a real bad. He then need to stop spread misinformation. It is not good for the country. The people who don't know listening and the children listen. They need to stop it. This information that they're putting out, it is not good for the country. Everybody need to come together and go and help the country and stop telling people nonsense. It's stupidness, Mr. Latta talking. He need to stop it. The country need to go and get along, not politics. They still campaigning and they lose. They just want power. To do what? He's asking, where's the money? The money to spend to help the people. What money is he talking about? Go and help the people them and stop spread misinformation. It is not good for the people.
And soon get sued, man. And soon get sued.
Thank you very much.
Get sued.
More continue the conversation around the tourism.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
Lato.
What misinformation you're talking about?
Every night. And they're entertaining you. It is too bad for the country. This is not good.
No, because
people need to choose what they choose. People choose the PM to rule the country, and you people cannot say you're still advocating to win when the next 5 years. When you're going to see they're not going to get beaten real bad.
Lato, you have been here with us for over an hour. You say when you speak truth, we don't like it. Tell me what to speak over here that you have been here for 6 years.
7, 8 hours telling lies.
Order in the court. Order. Lato, I think your time has expired. Let me say this. You see, when the lady came up just now, she's venting because she's tired. She tired like the whole of we well-thinking Jamaican who want what's best for Jamaica.
Sick.
The woman tired. So your time has expired, and I will do this.
Crying.
Bye.
A man who is there, who God put him there to lead the country. They can't see he's a man with the vision. A young man coming from me was at tender age ruling the nation. What's wrong with these people? It is crazy. The man with the vision and they don't want him to lead. They want corruption. Why?
It's true, lady. It's true. Lots of doing that. One second. Give me 1 minute.
See my mother as a PNP. I grew up coming up see my mother as a PNP. I grew up seeing my mother as a PNP and growing with the next lady who was a labor right. And I see this man, Jack Simit. He was so dedicated to the people and work. And I can't see through the PNP. They just love to give handout. Give me a $10,000. Don't give me. Teach me to fish. Don't do that. Teach me to fish that I can't help myself. Why you want to sit around and get in 5,000 and pocket and you want the MP to go to the bar, the council and just buy liquor and you just drink and you gallant and that is good. That is not good for the country. Let the people fix the road, the light, the water. That's what we need. Why you want people come put money in your pocket? Go and work. It is not good for the country. What's wrong? You can't have a young man for because they don't want him to lead. They've been saying, oh, he's a barefoot boy from Spanish town enough to come rule it. What's the matter with these people? But I tell you, the blood of Jesus against them, he's gonna prevail. He is going to. I'm tired, I'm crying. Because I see where he's helping the country and he's doing his best. What do you want? You want MP and ground and he's supposed to be doing every calling. Why have MP? Why have them? I'm tired of it, man. And every platform you can go, you hear the beating this man. What can he do? Is he God? Is he Flash? God provide him with that vision. He's a man with the vision and they can't see it what they want. Tonight, this man here, Latte, is no joke. He's going on another platform and they're giving me a lot of time to talk his damn nonsense. Thank you, Mama. Mama, the whole away cry. But sometimes you see when a Jamaican like her come on our platform, allow them the time to speak. Because they are not you, Sheikah, Chuck, and Winner, and we. They are not Travi or Joshua. They are simple Jamaicans who see what is going on, feel what is going on, and really want to speak out. We have to give them time to vent and talk. We put vibe out sometimes.
The same thing this morning. May I talk about the same thing this morning, how we are cry.
Yes.
Remember, so we're not supposed to be on TikTok today, you know. Remember,
I see my mother as a PNP, and I said,
tired, man.
These people, my mother was a PNP, but then she changed, and I was like, no. The first time I vote for JLP, I said, these people not doing no good for the nation. They just want. I see them sit on the roadside all after election done, 2-3 months. They sit down in a PNP close, still a discuss politics before they go work. They're waiting on the politician them to carry money come put in them pocket. They need to go and work. I don't like it. And they beat you down when there's a JLP. But until the day I die, my blood is green.
This is what they're preaching. You see what this man said, Paul 380 at him over the live last night to spread lies pan truck. You hear him say? Revolution is coming. This is what they want in Jamaica. This is what they have been preaching before the election to turn the country upside down. It is something that they want. Remember, so them say Jamaica is supposed to turn into Haiti. Remember, so they have been preaching this, and I think they believe they're at the point now where they can get to turn the country upside down. This is what they want. This is what they want to turn the country top side down.
But the response to Paul.
Let me finish, Joshua, please. Let me just finish.
Yeah.
Let me just finish, please. None, you're not hearing none of the PNP them come and say, well, I wouldn't say none, but they are silent. You're not hearing them come in and say, we need to tone it down. We need peace. We need this. Everything is about the country going backwards and the country this and the country that. Why would you come in a time like this where people are outside that the country is in, that you're going, a revolution is coming? What a revolution is coming for? Why would there be a revolution? What is the government doing that we need a revolution at this time? There are people who said they're not hungry, they're getting food. Why do we need a revolution? For exactly what? Who is the government analyzing at this time? Tell me. Did the government send the hurricane? Who is dying? The lady, I spoke to her this morning from St. Elizabeth, and the lady said me have food for kill. Me no want my food. Me have 5 boxes of patty in my fridge. Me have American apple in my fridge. Why do we want a revolution?
No
why
matter
are
how
we
much.
peddling that conversation? What is there about why we want to turn Jamaica upside down because our preference leader never get a chance to lead the country? Why are we peddling that argument? Why uno see him wanna say, oh, we don't want a smart city and we don't want this, but uno want to turn it into Haiti. Uno want to turn it into that for what exact reason? I am asking. Every time you see them guys, you uno talk about, oh, the place revolution is coming and this and that. Let me tell you something. What you guys are hoping for, I heard this already. I'm hear this on a bad man. Him say one thing me can tell any bad man, uno will never win the state. Uno will never win. And if you notice what Andrew Holness has done, he has strengthened the JDF and the JCF. He has strengthened those organizations, and that was strategic. So Sona plan, as a JDF a plan for uno. People uno need to stop what uno are doing.
People hungry. You see, 2 months from now, you watch the amount of shop they're going up with all the food. They're getting the food. Couple of months from now, you're going to see the shop that they open.
No matter how much you tell them the truth of what's happening.
One moment, I want to speak to the person who is promoting revolution.
I block him.
And I want to add a little bit of,
last night.
Hold on.
But
and I want to hold on. Let him stay. Let him stay. No, let him stay for a bit.
Does he live in
One
Jamaica?
moment, my boss. Matthew, 1 minute. And I want him to stay because I have a message for him and those who are planning the so-called revolution. This is not the first time in Jamaica's history that this was planned. It started in the 70s with Michael Manley, and it never ended well, right? Jamaica now has a better reputation than it had then. This prime minister is loved internationally. The JDF are more well-trained than previously. In addition to that, we have greater numbers than we have ever had before. The police force is also trained as a paramilitary organization. In addition to that, for you to have a revolution, there will be supporters of one side and supporters of another side. So even if you form a coup against a government or an attempted coup, if it gets out of hand, you're going to have supporters for the ruling party and supporters against. In addition to that, our international partners such as Canada, the USA, and all our friends, and I'm sure China at this point in time, even though they don't get along very well with the US, is willing to run to our rescue. So, my friend, 380, I don't remember what 380 it was. Anytime you're ready. In addition to that, there are some of us who live in the diaspora that if you think you're going to unalive or depose the duly elected leader, and it's going to be in your favor, you'll have a country that you'll never be able to rule. Because we are coming down and we're going to die for our country. I can't speak for Chuck, but I, Joshua, is willing to die for his country. I'm a patriot.
Yeah. Use the word
right.
unalive though when you talk on TikTok. But
sorry,
overall, the person, the Paul dude, does he live in Jamaica? Can somebody tell me what country he lives in? Because threatening a revolution.
Does he live in Jamaica?
No, does he live in? He lives in Jamaica?
No, he does not.
I just want to know which country because threatening a revolution. One second, Joshua, 1 second. Because threatening a revolution, even if you're in a foreign country, that is still a criminal offense. So I just want to know. I just want to know what country he lives in, so I can contact his local police. That would be very nice.
It's not hard to find him. Use Interpol.
Yeah.
No, Interpol is going too far right now. You just need his local police. That's it. Somebody must know what country he lives in. Somebody must know. But anyways, when you see these people, you're not supposed to listen here. Don't take that seriously because I've been told before by people. I am taking it seriously. Joshua, 1 second. Let me finish, man. Let me finish. Do not take this seriously in the sense that they will never get in the position to do such a thing. They will never be able to do this is their wildest dream. This is their fever dream. Let them continue to talk and think about it. But as you know, a lot of Jamaicans are more talk and less practice. So, and the JCF and the JDF, I know this information personally, and I've been told this information personally by people in the cabinet. Everyone who talking about revolution, everybody who running around talking about this and that and overthrowing the government have them eyes on you. So continue, whether you're overseas or you're in Jamaica, the government have them eyes on you. So I don't even have to do anything. Before this entire revolution thing happens, it will be squashed. And listen here, I can't promise you when it's squashed that that certain people who participated in it will not be rounded up and certain stuff will not happen to you. Because anyhow you bring such a thing down on the Jamaican state, you are no longer a Jamaican citizen. You are a traitor, and traitors deserve the worst. So when you continue about revolution, when you think say Sri Lanka this, come try that man.
Go ahead. Oh, sorry, Dan, give me 1 second. A long time Paul want to make a contribution and we keep interrupting Paul.
Paul, sorry, I apologize, Paul Stewart.
Yeah, man, it's all for the cause, man. It's all for the cause.
Paul, you're a resident judge, Paul. You're not leave, so.
Yeah, Paul, leave you.
Yeah, man.
You have to accommodate.
Yeah, man. But we don't want come in on the whole tourism argument, you know. But I would want to say this. Like you have a brother who lecture on a university, a Rastafari virgin. I think him change his name to Knife. What knife in them again? Something than a knife.
Kadami knife.
Kadami knife. He might promote the argument. Well, he might want to person promote the argument, you know. But Jamaica can benefit from tourism. So they look at and my PMP, they look at French people.
It's Carolyn Cooper's son.
Oh, I say go?
Yeah, Carolyn Cooper's son.
I separate discussion then. So I found them, that's so the thing I spring from, you know. Once them have them influence people in a certain position, start a conversation, they come on social media and start spread it like wildfire, like Lato. But Jamaica no benefit from tourism. So it's a kind of propaganda, anti-capitalist, anti-establishment, anti-business, anti-entrepreneurial mindset they have. Them want to try to sow seed of discard amongst people who have business prospect and who have capital to invest. Because they're not investing. You know. Them people who have them anti-sentiment, they're not investing. You know.
Question, Paul.
Yeah.
But here, principle closed down now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell them, say, to go hire all of the staff, them.
Hire what?
And see what happens. Tell them to hire the staffs. Because the latest... Yeah, them say the hotel closed indefinitely now, right?
Yeah.
So let me ask them who are saying Jamaica does not benefit from tourism, go and employ the staff that were working at that hotel and pay them now, all of them, because Jamaica no benefit. Do that, and then we can have a conversation.
But Lashika, the fact of the matter is that them type of sentiment is a Michael Manley with socialist type of anti-developmental attitude, anti-business attitude. And I saw them idea they come from, you know, is that them try them best to undermine the people who have local capital to invest. And them not invest, them and them friend not invest. They now buy 1 square feet, 1 square acre of land and build up a local thing and say, make do local business. They not do that. They not imply nobody. Not doing it. But as soon as somebody come and do it, they might try to fight them out.
Travis, miss your question, but do
Continue, Joe.
Sea breeze are one different breeder. One done.
Come on.
Yeah, you see the live I was on yesterday, and you come off that live, and Lotto they come on the live.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He was talking. Don't tell the guy that. Don't let you come on back on live that I hear this and that. That was going on, and that guy building a platform of Jamaica, right? And you know, you're telling somebody that matter is in their eye, and the matter is in your eye, and you're not looking at the matter. So he building a platform on Jamaica, and he's not looking at what's going on in England.
You mean the journalists?
Because they can't talk about they cannot come online and talk about England.
Yeah, so that's what he doing. He's looking at hype of Jamaica. What's going on, and he's not talking about what in his backyard, what's going on in his own yard.
Are
You
you
find
talking about
God
Noel?
insane.
Noel, yes.
Noel, yeah,
Oh,
Noel.
yeah, man. Just say the man
Noel.
name. I don't know
Noel
why some
Phillips.
people fear for same name like say a vampire. Just say the man name.
Yeah, Noel,
You
that's
can't
what he's
Yeah,
trying
Noel
to do.
Treat
Phillips.
them, he might appear. Good evening, my friend. Excellent. Keep recording. Then you go play. Over, so, yeah.
Chuck, I want to revisit the tourism thing because we have to set the record straight. I hear people like Lotto talking garbage, and Travi attempted to give a little bit of figure, but the figure was way beneath what we actually earn from tourism, right? And I know it's an error because Travi don't normally make these kind of mistakes. He's well researched, right? There is 175,000 persons directly employed to the tourism, hotel and tourism sector. That's the direct employment, and it does not include the indirect, right? Now, why is this important? Because
Hey, boy.
Angel, right? So it does not include the indirect employment. Now, if we should use the bare minimum, which is minimum wage of $16,000 per week, right? And calculate that figure, we will begin to see the immediate impact. So that's 175,000, right? 175,000 times 16,000. That's the weekly payment, the weekly salary. In that alone is $2.8 billion worth of salary every week if we are using minimum wage, right? Now times that by 4, we're talking about $11.2 billion per month worth of money directly entering the economy, right? And these people, and since the lady says that they are usually paid about $2,000 more, let us use a different figure. It's $12.6 billion a month worth of salary being pumped into the economy. And I'm talking about through direct employment from the hotels. We also have to look at the construction sector, because with hotels going up, the construction sector is going to benefit even more, right? For every hotel that's going up, you can look at least 200 or more persons being employed. That's immediate benefit. A laborer, painters, for instance, get approximately $5,000. Not 5,000, sorry. I don't remember the figure, but it's way above minimum wage. I think it's about 2 or 3 times the amount that you pay minimum wage workers, that painters get. And the laborers, the common laborer on the construction site, also get close to that figure, right? And I'm telling you through direct knowledge. This is not secondary information, right? In addition to that, you have to consider carpenters, electrician, and every related people who install drywall, plastermen, and all of these things, tilers, right, who are going to be employed. So the expansion of employment is going to be multiplied because of tourism, right? One person, I think it was Garfman, that said it's the #1 exchange earner, right, in Jamaica, right? Not to mention cooks, right? I'm talking people on the roadside, because when tourists going around Jamaica, them going by corn, because a lot of them want to experience the real Jamaica, not the hotel side of Jamaica, right? So them buy the corn and the roast yam and the saltfish, which means that the liquor vendor on the roadside going to benefit. The person who sell the things to the vendors are going to benefit. The farmers and all of these things are going to benefit. The little taxi man with them hire to carry them around the place, right, go and benefit. Not to mention, sometimes them make a Jamaican friend and them leave something in them pocket separate from the tip that they leave at the hotel and all of these things. You know, I would implore and beg of my fellow Jamaicans that you must not be so partisan in your outlook that you miss the benefits to the country of the policies of the other party.
Joshua, Yes, sir. Bear with me that these people are not looking for anything that can benefit the country. They don't care about benefit to the country. I've said this before and I will say it again. If you want to know whether or not something is good for Jamaica, look which side of it the PNP is standing on. If you want to know if something is good for Jamaica, look which side of it the PNP is standing on. They do not care. All they care about, and they will tell you this, Joshua, that we not care whether they want to mash it up or not. The PNP in a power.
And it shows you the short-sightedness of those who think that way, Chuck. Because whether it be PNP or JLP, anyone who has that outlook, I'm opposed to it. Jamaica should be first. Jamaica first every time. Right? I hear not last night, I think it was the night before. Yes, it was the night before that I was having a discourse with a PNP. And they were hell-bent on proving how much the house prices are out of the reach of the common person. That's not true. That's not true. House prices begins at $7.2 million. Is it everywhere? No, it's not. Right? But it's no different. Did you know that 40% of the persons in the United States do not own their own home? Joshua,
they only like to look at what they cannot afford. So when they're telling you the housing prices are too expensive, they're looking at the mansions, knowing that they cannot afford the mansions. That's the problem.
Well, I am not even
share something with you. Hold on, Joshua. I'm going to share something with you, but I want to make 2 comments. The gentleman, that his name is Zeeks. I don't know if you want to join us. I would love to hear you. I passed you on live last night and they weren't giving you an opportunity to speak. But I don't know if you want to join us. Zeeks. I think that's how your name pronounced. The next thing, there was
let me borrow. God bless. Just God bless. You finish with us. We're gonna rotate here. But I tell you, it was a pleasure to hear from you. I hear the passion in your voice, as Angel say. And you're welcome. You're welcome over here anytime.
No problem. I watch you all the time, so I come back.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
So there was this article in the newspaper. I think NHT was doing it, where they had some land for sale, Joshua, and it mentioned Cherry Gardens, and the prices of the land were so low, Joshua, that people have said Cherry Gardens, wish pot, yada yada yada. But guess what? The Cherry Gardens, where the lands were, or where the lands are, is near Clarendon.
No, it's not Clarendon. It's not Clarendon. It's above John's Road in Spanish Town.
Yes. And Joshua, the immediate disdain when they found out that it was in that area, you wouldn't believe. You would have think that everybody live at Cherry Gardens. So what I think it was Matthew who was saying it, say houses are there, but it's just what people want. Them cannot afford it, and it's just the truth. Them immediately turned off by the property, them immediately. And if anybody have been following the Prime Minister, they would have known that later on in a life, them can't go afford them property there. In another 2 to 3 years from now, those properties will become so valuable, Joshua, that it can put a big money in your pocket.
But Lashika, I know the community, you see, and I have driven through the community. Right? I have a church sister who actually live in that community too. And the community is a fairly nice community, it's just at it in a bush. Right? What? When you go Dovecut and go up and the same man where Dovecut is,
them cuss the government, them bring down the government, them say, oh, Dopey, I go take care for the Joshua something. I saw it here. And there was this guy that I would normally go on his live and interact with him, Joshua. And he blocked me because I said to him, every day you come on TikTok and I say, you need a property. And you sit down here and tell people say not to buy the land. But
I'm short-sighted, man.
New persons on the live.
I want to hear
Zeke. Zeke is from St. Elizabeth, where them say a bun down. I'm not now going down there.
Stop up the screen, please. Can you get it to 50,000 in the next 2 minutes?
I wonder if I bought the music company live. Zeke's a row company live.
Nah, big up everyone. Like she was saying, I was on a live last night, and the reason why I'm even hang out over there so long is because I hate the one-sided story, you know, and I felt like it was PNP bias, you know, because I saw somebody, for example, in the comment section that was going off on both sides. I don't know if you know Carrie. Carrie was over there. She was, you know, talking her shit in the comment. Them block her. But there was this other girl over there, Good Girl K or whatever she want to name, the whole time over there. Nobody block her because she was more leaning towards a PNP. Right? Every time somebody come up and I defend the work where Prime Minister do or whatnot, them either cut them short, interrupt them, mute them, and kept muting their mics. And I was just like, it's and then they was just throwing out figures. I don't know where them get them number from. Because apparently Jamaica have 400 million, they say, reserve
it's Lotto who said it. It was Lotto who said that.
I get that from social media, you know that.
Reserve for what though? Reserve, can you finish that? 400 million reserve for what?
For disaster response. And
I don't know how far-fetched that is in the terms of, well, if they're talking about different insurances that the country has, maybe, but
this have nothing to do with. This wasn't for the insurance. It was money that they already put aside.
What?
Mm-hmm.
400 million. They say 400. Do they mean 400 million?
I'll tell you the exact the phrase when used.
Did they say USD or GMD?
I tell you the exact phrase where man used. He said, Andrew Wellness have 400 million in kitty fund. 400 million US already put on in a kitty bank.
That's interesting. Very interesting to hear.
Let me tell you what I saw, Zeke. I saw when you mentioned, because my husband is from Brompton, so I am familiar with what's going on in that area. And I was passing the live and I heard when you said, I have friends or people that I have not heard from in Brompton, and you were listing all the areas in that area. And then I think he muted your mic and said, oh, I'm going to rotate the box. And I remember you said something like, go on PNP live or something like that. And he got so upset. But all the people who were spreading the misinformation that was not from the areas that you were listing, he did not take them out. But you, who is familiar with what's going on in St. Elizabeth, he took you out because it was not suiting the narrative. That's why I invited you to come here. I saw that.
Yep, it was doing it throughout the whole night. I think I came up 3 different times. And I actually used my other page to come up. That's how I ended up back up there. And the same thing over and over again. And then he claimed he was rotating it, but the other guy in that box was there the whole time.
Lotto was there for about 4 hours nonstop.
Exactly. And then I understand them with I saw a clip the other day when Andrew Williams was doing the interview with, I think it was Fox News, and he was saying that it's not safe to like pursue like search and rescue right now. And somebody have it up in the comment section. The way them narrate it make it seem like the guy just did the interview and it literally was on the 28th. I think it was the next day of the hurricane.
It was on the day of the hurricane, actually.
The storm didn't even pass Jamaica good yet. It never even passed. It never even
It was
exit.
on the day of the hurricane that.
I see there. It never even exit Trelawney yet.
But Zeke, you have to realize that the media also, especially foreign media like Fox, will spin with
No,
and
It's not it wasn't Fox media. It's the PNP. It wasn't Fox.
Yes,
It
they
was
look at outdated information and think it's correct because they don't look to see when that stuff was posted, so they think it was today when it was 2 weeks ago when it was just happening.
It was on the day of the hurricane.
But the crazy thing, right?
And now they're reposting it as if it's something he had just said.
Right.
If them have sense and they watch the whole video, right? Towards the end, when they show the map of Jamaica, you will see the hurricane literally still there, right in Trelawney.
They have short attention spans. They're not watching the entire video.
The next time you see it, look at it. The date is in the picture.
But remember, them not watching an entire video.
And they take that out.
Attention
They block
spans.
it out too. Yeah. Remember,
They have very short attention spans. They
And the
can
people
only
just-
stay on TikTok if it's entertaining to them. If it's not entertaining to them, they scroll past. It's very short attention span, like goldfish.
Hello guys, how y'all doing? Can I say my 2 cents? I'm listening. I am not of any political party. Let me make that clear. I'm on the side of logic and reasoning and data. That's just how I operate in my personal and professional life. So I'm glad that you brought up that part that people are looking at outdated information. And they don't even look sometimes. I have to tell one of my friends, look to see the comments, and you will see sometime when something come across your feed in a social media, it was posted 2 weeks ago, but it just not come across your feed. You have to do them research and realize that at that time it was true, whatever you see, but maybe now it's not true anymore. So that's the first thing. The second thing is to go to Jamaica. I'm a tourist. I'm a Jamaican, but I don't live there, so I'm a tourist. And I know they make money off of me, not just the hotel. I know the locals make money off of me. So the person who says they don't go to Jamaica enough, and they don't go out and support the local people, they don't go to the excursions, because all those excursions are ran by the raft people that man them out there, rub down the raft. When you go to the pool and go dive, those are Jamaican people that own and the vendors that are there selling you stuff. They're all Jamaicans. They're all supporting the economy and supporting them family based on how we spend. So the person that says that to me, they need to go to Jamaica more and spend some money. I don't know where they go, but maybe outside them family and stuff. So that's not true. What I've always wanted to know is, and maybe someone with good logic and reasoning, what is it about tourism being a contributing factor to how Jamaica survive? Why Jamaican people don't like it? That's the first thing. Like, what is so wrong about tourism is how we Jamaica survive. So
Look, there is nothing wrong with tourism and how Jamaica. The problem, however, is the only problem I can give is that the fact that 30% of our GDP depends on that. And if you look at Hurricane Melissa, she blew out 30% of Jamaica's GDP. So she basically blew out 30% of Jamaica to tourism revenue. If you look at it in terms of revenue. So basically,
but even without Melissa, though, people have always been complaining about that. We should never laugh at
yeah, they have. But look,
Yeah.
the problem is a lot of these PMP parishes, these parishes with large PMP majorities. The PMP is not developmental. They don't look at development. So a lot of these other parishes don't get to develop as much, and so they stay backwards. And I use that word very, very sadly, but it's the truth. A lot of these parishes stay very backwards because the people there are majority PNP and would rather instead to keep stuff how it is instead of actually improving the country. Because if you improved all around Jamaica, we could boost Jamaica's service industry to stop just relying more on tourism. We could boost the farming industry a little bit more. We could boost many different. There's a lot of stuff Jamaica can do. A lot of stuff Jamaica can do to not depend on tourism. But the fact that we can't develop because everybody's against development, That's the problem. You have everybody crying about the smart cities. Smart cities is what I like to call planned cities. They will allow for the country to stimulate its local economy more, and for each parish to stimulate their local economy more. That is what it's for. And a lot of people just don't like development.
Let me answer it a different way from Matthew. So, political, well, the PNP, let me say it, not political party.
Well, stick up in, so everything's about politics then.
Yes, it is politics. Let me give it to you though. Let me give it to you. So the PNP have this obsession with the poor, right? So in order to discredit something that is going good, they have to tell you that poor people, that it's not benefiting the vulnerable, and the vulnerable is the poor.
Look what Dainty just said. Look what Dainty just read.
There's no problem with tourism, but because right. You see that?
Oh, gotcha.
Right.
I see what she just thought. Yeah.
So they have this obsession with the poor. So it's everything. Notice everything. Oh, the ghetto youths, poor people. Right? That's what they have to peddle, that narrative, and then they have to build up this oppressive structure among the people so people can say tourism is not good for Jamaica. But the data is not suggesting that. So in order to capture the people, their mind and their mentality, you have to tell them, even though the data is there to support your argument that it's doing good for our country, them have to twist it to make sure so them keep them base alive. And Matthew kind of alluded to it a little bit where he said the PNP communities, they are backward. Sadly, we have to say that when you look at Westmoreland, why you think say Westmoreland so flat? Why you think say Westmoreland flat? Because they have no properties, the land them and for them. Right? The lands are not there, so they can't even build a concrete structure in those areas. Right. So people lease land, so they move one boardhouse from one land to the other with the same boardhouse. While me and you, who is living in a different constituency, who was not run by a PNP for 30, 40 years, right? We have concrete structures, we have stability. You understand what I'm saying? So in order to discredit the good, they have to make it look bad and put poor people in the middle of it. That's exactly what it is.
Can I add to a point that Lashika quickly made? Yes, overall tourism is good for Jamaica, but let us also not forget that it is never good for any nation to have 30% of something invested in its economy. Being tourism is 30% of our economy. So theoretically, the argument that tourism is not good, it's a good argument, but at the same time, it benefits Jamaica a lot. But it just means that Jamaica just needs to build up itself overall. And what I alluded to when I said backwards is the fact that if these PMP areas, if these PMP people in these PMP parishes that are the most backwards actually allowed for development, then then the same argument they're using of that the government is relying way too much on tourism. The same PMP government, by the way, also had to rely on tourism. If they actually were pro-development, then the government would not have to rely that much on tourism, and the country could actually build up itself and stimulate the local economy by using other means than just tourism. Right. But because they want to stay in the Stone Ages, the country has no other option than to depend on tourism. So it's a double-edged sword. For as long as they hold back the country, they will always have the excuse of the government. They will always have the excuse if a JLP government comes in charge that the government is depending too much on tourism. They will always have that excuse because they don't allow the country to be developed properly or for each parish to be equally developed. If they allowed for that we would not have this problem.
Yeah, but hold on, that location, I place, So why we not gonna use what we actually have? By natural resources?
Because Jamaica does not have to only depend on tourism. So it's not just that.
It's not only.
Good point.
But it's not only tourism. You just said.
I'm not saying it's not. Listen. When I say not only, listen, because 30% of the economy being able to be blown out by a hurricane is very risky. I don't see how people don't realize that it is risky.
Right,
whether it's under PNP or JLP, it's risky, bro. It is very risky for a nation.
So the thing what we used to depend on the most before tourism was backside, and then people are bashing and complain every day. They might dig up Jamaica. Them they don't want that. What other natural resources do we have?
Jamaica has gold.
Island.
Jamaica has gold. Jamaica has zinc. Listen here, Aziz. Jamaica has a lot of resources. Don't let it fool you. Jamaica has. Who cares? Who cares if they complain?
Matthew, beg your second. Beg your second, Matthew. Matthew, beg your second.
You can't win.
When I hear you talk, I'm kind of nervous, and let me tell you why. Whilst I agree with some of what you say in part, you have to make sure that you don't just put information out there which is not altogether factual, and some of the information that you're putting out is not factual. You take, for instance, you mentioned that Jamaica has gold. Does Jamaica have a gold mine? The answer is no. So where do we get gold from? We have been looking for gold. We have not found gold. So that is false information, right? And it's buying right into the naysayers.
One second, Joshua. Globalgoldanalysis.com has also said Jamaica has gold deposits.
Hold on. Until we find it, sir, then we don't have any gold.
No, but but we're not because of environmentalists. There's less focus on natural resources. That's the problem.
Sir. Jamaica is a developing state. You really believe that Jamaica wants to be the next Singapore of the Caribbean and have access to gold and would not capitalize on it as a major industry?
It's
not everything. Hold on, sir. It's not everything that we read we must buy into. Let the data speak for itself. We must not always believe what we read. Some of it is good that we believe what we read, but we must also make sure that what we read is backed by the data. And up until this point, we have not found any gold. Right? That's one. Two, I do agree that no country should rely primarily on tourism. But there is the counter to that. The three largest economies in the Western world, tourism is a major push for them. Buckingham Palace, for instance. How many millions of tourists that they get per year just visiting Buckingham Palace just to look at the horses and the palace itself.
I have a counter position to that. That's why, guys. When we say my problem is I don't think we depend enough on tourism. Okay.
All right.
We think we have a product that we can market, and I don't think we are doing. We depend enough.
And that's why I agree.
Right, and that is why I'm putting forward this next position, Chuck, because I was going to touch on the US and Canada, but then I'll come back to Jamaica and the myriad of offerings that we have. So whether we want to depend on tourism or not, it is going to play a major role, right? The Duns River, it is internationally renowned, right? Anywhere you walk in the States and Canada, Sheikah can back me on this and others. Once you mention Jamaican food, I will tell you 90% of those whom you speak to will know the food. And the first thing I'm going to tell you about, oxtail. Ask anybody.
Jerk chicken.
Oxtail first, jerk chicken second. Right. They will tell you, oxtail. Even we who probably for the last 2 years have not tasted oxtail. And they will tell you that them love oxtail gravy. Right? What them know about gravy? And I'm saying to you that in and of itself says that Jamaica, even without even trying, has an international appeal. But let us look at the U.S. Embassy in Jamaica, and I'll land right here. Right? The U.S. Embassy in Jamaica, when we look at the myriad, the thousands of persons on a yearly basis that visits the United States Embassy, why do you think they visit it? Right? It's not everyone who wants to live in America that just want to visit it, which means that they have a huge tourism appeal in and of itself. And they make billions of dollars from Jamaica alone because of their tourism appeal. Do they have the product that we have? No, they don't. And so we should never.
Let me add a little piece to it, guys. And I said this before.
there are countries, when we hear about places like Maldives,
Aruba.
What do we know about Maldives? What do we know about Aruba?
They're all tourist stuff.
They're all tourist place. Those people, when you hear them name, the only thing you can think of is the beach and tourism. So that's their attraction. Their tourism.
But Chuck, counterpoint.
Hold on, let me finish.
Can I go next, please?
Well, let me finish up, Charlie, and then let me finish up. So the problem is you have all of these places that market their place as a tourist destination. When you go to those places, the citizens accept that, listen to me, tourists is different from locals. Tourists are treated differently. Jamaica problem comes in is that majority of the people believe that them and the tourists equal. Every other country we tell you say you local and the tourists not equal. The tourists come and spending money. So if a tourist want to cross the road, come out of the tourists, we make them cross. Jamaica don't believe that. Jamaica believes that them and the tourists is the same thing. So the problem we have is that we are not dependent enough on the tourists. We need to do things that encourage more of them to come here so we can get more money and be proud of it when we're doing it.
Right, but counterpoint, Chuck. How 1 second, Travis, just one second. Because I don't know how likely is it that Maldives get a cyclone or a hurricane or any natural disaster that can knock them off them feet like Jamaica does, or could.
Somebody said yesterday that possibility is not reality.
No, but you still have to. No, but even when it comes to politicians and even when it comes to building stuff, you still have to use the possibility of how likely something is to happen.
Right, but Maldives and them places is in place where typhoon go. So typhoon can hit them at any time. One typhoon can turn left instead of right and hit them. One earthquake can come and hit them. Right? So they have their threat of natural disaster just like us.
Yes,
So-
but the danger.
Okay. So let me start off by saying that, two of us can be honest or be true. Two different things can be true. And I would hope for us to have the conversation and share our opinions in a way to come to common understanding and not into a competitive way. It's not about who is right from who is wrong here. We're talking about Jamaica's future, how can it be better, all of that. Now, with regards to the over-reliance of tourism, I do share that sentiment, and the reason for that is, and the Prime Minister and the administration have been talking about diversification, right? In diversification, we have many different incomes so that if one should get a hiccup, have a deficit, the other will support everything else going forward. Please listen to Nigel Clark when he talks. He is a super smart person. Now, the intention is to have Jamaica become diversified in terms of our income. Now, I want to point out this information that I heard somebody alluded to it earlier about the country. What's his name? That one we always talk about, Chuck. We always come to when the Prime Minister came to Jamaica in Siaga time to study.
Lee Kuan Yew.
Lee Kuan Yew, Singapore. Singapore is a smaller country than Jamaica.
Singapore is the size of about St. Mary.
It's tiny state.
It's a city basically.
Tiny state. Nevertheless, they have equipped their people to be so that everyone is marketable. If we only have people that can cater to tourists in Jamaica, then we have a serious problem because, like Matthew said, when a storm comes or anything, it is not good for 70% of Jamaicans to be out of work just because Melissa came. It cuts down productivity. It cuts productivity. And Jamaica already have a productivity problem that most people don't look at. And let me say it to all of you now. We sleep for far too many hours in the day. Jamaica is closed for far too many hours in a 24-hour span. Place open 8 and close 5. We don't make any money from 5 till 6 or 7 a.m. the next day. That's rubbish.
And Travi, I thank you for bringing that up because I wanted to say it. I wanted to say that how somebody was saying, how do we fix our moving our dependency on tourism? And what we have to do, what we see the government is doing, is trying to upskill the people. That is the way we're going to move forward.
Right, because
Upskill the people. And I have been also saying it forever. Jamaica, I believe Jamaica needs to open from 7 to 11. From 7 to 11, I really believe in that.
And 24 hours, and 24 hours in the spaces that
we have too much leisure time at hand.
Exactly. And Chuck, can I quickly comment? One second, Chavi. One second.
Just let me finish, Matthew.
Okay.
I yield to you earlier. Let me finish, please. No, when we talk about the diversification, I'm glad Shika brought the point of upskilling individuals, because let me tell you something. We could introduce industries into Jamaica, but we don't want to introduce new industries and then have to import workers. The country does not grow that way. So upskilling Jamaicans is key to us going into different sectors. We see where we have been refining gas for foreign countries for the first time. That is something that we can do on a bigger scale, but we cannot expand certain things without having the workforce to do so. Now, bauxite is on a low straight across the world. You know who have whole heap of bauxite and waste of bauxite put on there and do nothing with? Because even the waste of bauxite, bauxite mining and aluminum making, the waste has rare earth minerals in it, so even that have value. Now, the Jamaican government has signed a contract for us to be expanding our mining, and not just mining, but we're going to go into the manufacturing of aluminum here in Jamaica instead of mining bauxite and sell it. But this process is happening very slowly because we don't have the workforce to support these things. And that is just one sector that can bring great income away from tourism. I can touch many other things. So, upskilling is very important. Somebody also mentioned, I think it's Matthew, how the PMP keep people backward. That's one of the key things we are mash up Jamaica right now. The level of dunceness that exists in this country and underskilled individuals who just sit down on the corner, like the lady said earlier, 3 months after the election, still dressed in orange or green, is not good. It's not productive for the country. It holds us back. So we can be diversified because there's so many other things that is available to us, but we haven't been maximizing on it. And Chuck, you touched a point earlier that we used to own our tourism and most of our hotels. That mash up too. So even the money that is coming in from tourism, look how much it brings, and we only get 40% of it. Imagine if things never happen and we still have ownership locally to those hotels.
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine the difference it would make? If you look at the construction sector, which in my opinion, for the last maybe 3-4 years has been performing, post-Berry has been outperforming tourism. Most people don't really know, and even the service industry outperforms tourism, but that's a conversation for a different way. What I'm saying is, these sectors were railroaded when we sold the Jamaica Cement Company, the Jamaica Steel Company, our steel manufacturing company. When the government sold these things to foreign owners, that are the root cause of Jamaica's problems. The selling out of critical infrastructure and industries.
But
it led
my
to
quick
us
thing though, you
being
need to be
this
specific
poor.
when you said, let me say this real quick. My thing though, when you said the government, so you need to be specific because, I strongly believe that based on what you just said, people would run with it on a negative connotation and try to blame this administration.
I agree.
Be more specific.
The PJ Patterson-led government sold cement company, they sold the steel manufacturing, and they sold or sole energy provider in this country. Energy is a very big part of production. We're low on productivity now, and that is a part of the reason for that is the cost of electricity. If you look within the Caribbean or this side of the world, we probably have the most expensive energy production or energy costs. Energy is a huge problem. I'm going to show you how the government is attacking that. They're equipping the new sugar factory that is being built with its own energy production plan. The backside revamp what them a do. Them a equip these places with their own energy production, right? Even Petrojam, which is expanding now, because energy production in this country is so expensive, it kills business, it kills commerce, and it kills Jamaica's productivity in large. Now take up all that time and share the floor with other people who want to add.
Who sent me the Interstellar there a while ago? I don't know me get here, Chuck. Who get
Tavi, when you talk about selling assets in you can't leave out GPS out of it, you know.
Yeah, man, it's me that sent Chuck the Galaxy. It's not an Interstellar.
You cannot leave out GPS out of it, you know. When GPS was sold, it was a dagger to the business sector, you know.
But Chuck, can I quickly just address something before? When you was bringing up Aruba and Maldives, remember, say I did some quick research because I always believe in possibilities when it comes to tourism. I always believe in possibilities, especially when it comes to natural disasters. The Maldives moved.
Hold on there, Macho. I'm gonna make you go. Lato Pinch says sold by Lato. Please, not do that, Lato, man. Lato, as much as you're a comrade. I mean, you're different. We reason in honesty. When was JPS sold?
That's an oxymoron, Chuck. That's an oxymoron when it comes to Lato Pinch.
When was
Lato Pinch last night was on Noel asking about the disaster relief fund that was set up. And when I tried to explain to him and to try and break it down, he kept interrupting me because he never wanted to hear the explanation. And that is how Lato Pinch is not here to learn or to promulgate truth, you know. He's here to propagate a PNP narrative.
Lato,
and I fail to understand how a Rasta man.
2007, Lato. Please, I am begging you.
And I fail to understand how a man who wears locks on his head, who is supposed to be a Rasta man, is not only a supporter of a former slave owner, but also lies so incessantly.
That's what Macho continue, Macho.
Yeah, man, what I was saying is basically Aruba and Maldives are not really in disaster zones. The Maldives has to deal with flooding sometimes because it's smaller than Jamaica, and overall it has to deal with the possibility of the country slowly going underwater. So that's another factor. But overall, my point is struck. Like the countries that you're naming as tourist countries where everybody say, oh, this is a tourist country, they're not really in disaster zones. And if you look at Malta, the southern European country, that's also a huge tourist area. They also not really in a disaster zone. So if you're in a disaster zone, you can't really be focusing that much on tourism. That's why I support the government in its goal to diversify the economy, because as said, 30% for Jamaica in the economy, 30% of tourism being our economy we cannot work with that. We can't work with that. Aruba can do that, Maldives can do that, but we can't handle that.
The truth is that the government is trying to diversify the economy. So that is something we can take some comfort in. Zeke, so I say.
All right, so other countries where they in the hurricane belt, a lot of them they depend on it same way like that. Barbados, Antigua and Bermuda, Virgin Islands, all of that.
But they're also trying to diversify, or am I wrong?
Yeah, man. Everybody's trying to. You see, based on the world we are in now, people are looking that we cannot 100% depend on tourism. So yes, every country is trying to diversify away from tourism. So that is true.
And another thing, right? To everybody else said this tourism. Hurricane, a category 5 hurricane, wipe out almost any. It can wipe out economic, no matter what kind of
no matter where you are there. Yes,
it necessarily depends on. Look for agriculture. Last year, the GDP for tourism 10% Agriculture just there behind it, 9.8. So, and then look what happened to the agriculture right now.
Gone. We are done.
Not there sent to Westmoreland, Trelawney.
Guys, somebody
about good built factories. Remember, say a very well built factories. Them gonna get severely damaged. Yes, but I mean to repair that quickly. Once we bring Jamaica to a point we're actually productive to repair that quickly is not going to be that difficult.
It's not going to be anything.
Oh, yeah,
But
repair
they're gonna
agriculture
say,
quickly.
somebody, guys, they're gonna commercial break for a minute. Somebody asked me to play this video so people can hear. Let me play this.
Part of the negative media. There's a lot of negative media out there saying things that are not true. Everybody.
Hold on,
Normally, we have no inflation goes the way of they're eating the cats and dogs. And
hold on. That's not what I want to play.
And all the other lies that Trump deploys.
That's not what I wanted to play. Let me go again. So we are going from the beginning.
I'm going to tell you ways that you can continue to support the efforts here. Number one, don't take part of the negative media. There's a lot of negative media out there saying things that are not true. Everybody here is working tirelessly, day after day, pushing the aid, pushing the food, pushing the water, and working with local authorities, the JDF, the government, to be able to support the efforts. Number two is take part of the positive. Anytime you see things that are being posted, share them so other people are aware that there are still needs in Jamaica and that a response is taking place. And then a bonus one is, if you don't feel comfortable giving money to organizations, come to Jamaica and vacation in some of the resorts that are open. There are many beautiful beaches still and places where you can come, spend your money, and help the economy.
There you go. So that was somebody telling us, do not follow. That's literally, I'm going to say, a white man. I feel a big Jamaican said, please stay away from the negativity. There are people in this country that is working hard. I'm one to not take note of it.
Chuck, can I say something?
Sure, go ahead, my angel.
Wow, I like that. But can you send me a kitten then if I'm your angel or a pussycat?
No problem, my dear. No problem. Where is
Angel, what are you doing with the last one? Any more of it?
The pussycat?
You said it, not me.
Anyway, let's get back to what I'm about to say. You know, you guys are talking about Melissa and talking about this hurricane, and any country it hit, it would have rubbish and destroy the economy, which anywhere it hit. Do you guys remember Katrina?
Yes.
Well, you know, Katrina
20 years
displaced,
ago.
20 years ago, and Katrina displaced 160,000 children and family. And still, we are building back from Katrina. It took the government 45 days. 45 days to remove water out of some areas in New Orleans and surrounding area. 45 days in the great America, you know. One on the beliefs that everything is here. It took the US government 45 days.
Angel, just to add, it took FEMA 4 days before they were on the ground.
Before they were on the ground. Well,
4 days.
So let me tell you a little bit about FEMA, because at that time I was working for a company that we deployed with FEMA as first responder. FEMA took 4 days because they are not stationed at one place. And FEMA also have contract with first responder companies like American Global Responder. We were a part of their team. They had to mobilize people to get people on the ground like myself. So when I come on live and I speak and I'm passionate about Melissa, it's because I've experienced Katrina, worked through Katrina. I know what it was. It took months, and you guys are complaining about 2 weeks of a category 5 Melissa.
Angel, please note that Katrina was a category 3. Catherine was a category 3. Melissa is a category 5.
Thank
totally
you,
different.
Travi.
2 different monsters.
Thank you, Travi. And if that side of America had received a Melissa, everything would have been gone. More lives would have been lost. And so I have to put this in there, letting you guys know that over 160,000 children and family were displaced 17 years after the storm, and it cost America $15.6 billion, and they are still rebuilding. They are still rebuilding. It says right here, you guys can look it up, the major debris removal and rebuilding of homes and infrastructure took about 2 years, with visible rebuilding taking around 5 years. Visual rebuilding took around 5 years to I'm saying.
And also, Angel, a lot of persons have not recovered yet. There are folks that their insurance, what is the word they use in the insurance now on PAR, they just cancel their policy right away. It's a word, I don't remember it. But a lot of people, their home insurance did not cover their property, and as such, they have not recovered. Thank you, sir, Jasper. Even though
because a lot of them didn't have flood.
Chavi, one of the most heartbreaking thing I saw coming out of Katrina, they were interviewing this old man, and the old man said he lived in his house for nearly 50 years, paying insurance every year, and his house was wrecked. And the insurance company say your house was destroyed by the flood, and they only have hurricane insurance, and now nothing I get.
So can you imagine?
A lot of that went down.
But Travis, you remember what happened with McGregor Gully? It is almost the same thing what happened with the levee system that they had in New Orleans when the water came over. But it took up 17 years for them to rebuild that. And so may I ask the question again, who no expect Jamaica, that is little bit over 3 million, our little third world country, to start rebuilding?
Under 3 million though. Under 3 million.
Under 3, some say over, some say under.
Well, official census said 3.7 or somewhere. No, 2.7. I mean, somewhere around there.
On expect our little island to start rebuilding. We are still in the recovery stage, and you expect what? I am so tired. I'm so tired. But Chuck, continue. Because you know when me start, me ready for beat. I'm gonna really listen. Just a public announcement. Thank you all for staying on the live, for sharing the live. Continue to tap up the live. I like pussycat, kittens, and everything else. If you see any drunker, please report the drunker them. We have a hotline to report drunkers, okay? Thank you.
Angel.
Yes?
My dad say not even have to go to Katrina. I got to Hurricane Sunday was way smaller and do way less damage. And I'm still
let me do you one better.
And I'm still a recover. Right now, part of Jersey still not recover, like Seaside Heights. Not fully recover.
I feel like nobody mentioned the fact that 1,000 people were unalive.
Last year in Texas. The flood last year in Texas. I do you one better. Talk about that situation. Because that never did no hurricane or anything. The flood.
Yes, it still took FEMA 3 days to reach there to assist people. 3 days it took the mighty FEMA to be on the ground.
The people from the shithole country had to come over to help.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Them get people from Mexico. Them get people from
Guys, love you. I love you. I love the whole I love when I say I can't know I love you. Just like how I love Jamaica. Some I love my people, you know. When we fight for my people in my country, you know, I love them bad. Yes. Somebody send me a lion. Look on the lion, Chuck. Oh no, I ain't see.
See, I see kind of I was saying you too. There you go. You finally get a lion. You get a Leo right there. But guys, listen to me. Who was saying it earlier that the expectation of these people is I tell you, when we had Hurricane Ivan, I remember that it was after Hurricane Ivan that the bottled water industry in Jamaica rose. Because government had nothing in place to transport water to the people or anything like that. Bottled water sale in Jamaica rise the day after Ivan struck. Right? And I don't remember half of these people out there crying and bawling. I don't remember government issuing out care package.
People were less dependent on the government back then, and people were more dependent on themselves. And honestly, Chuck, I believe people were a little bit more educated on what the function of the base of the government is. Ask the average PM. The first question you should ask the average PMP when they come up here. Ask them what is the 3 arms of government, and if them can't answer that, they have no idea what the function of the government is.
All right. So Matthew, I want to
quickly jump in before Janadian. Janadian, welcome back to the land of the living, man. It's about 400 years we have not seen you.
Oh, there, man. There, man.
Right. Here's the problem that we're now encountering, Matthew. You have to understand the psychological warfare that's taking place, and the PNP within the last 4 years under Mark Golding has caused a shift in how Jamaicans think about their own responsibilities as well as the government's responsibility. What Mark Golding has successfully done, which is bad for Jamaica, by the way, is to give people the sense that it is government's job to do everything for them, and they have little to no responsibility. It's what I like to refer to as the mendicancy mindset.
And where have we seen it before, Joshua?
Right. It began in the 70s under Michael Manley when people were being told that, listen, those people who had just come out of independence, who are business people, technocrats, who have education and begin to build a life for themselves.
So in essence, you do it, because Joshua calls it, you know. So in essence, you do it.
Right. So the persons who are in that position, they owe you something and you can walk into their homes and take it from them. That's what Michael Manley did in the 70s, while simultaneously preaching self-reliance. So on one hand, he was preaching self-reliance, and on the other hand, he was preaching government reliance. So both were in conflict with each other simultaneously. Right? And we have to see it for what it is. Push back against it, fight against it with everything in our being, and let them understand that if you don't try to build yourself, even if government mine you from birth till death, you would not have created wealth at all. Right? And Mark Golding is causing people to think that, listen, you're a victim, and you're a victim, and you're a victim. And everything that is happening to you is not your parents who brought you into this world unprepared for you. It's not your parents that when you were younger buy the most expensive shoes for you, but not teach you how to invest to ensure that, boy, as you get older, you would have created wealth and built up wealth for yourself. No, it's not your parents' fault. It is the government fault why nothing happen for you while you go dance every single weekend on money that you cannot afford to spend. And while you bling out and pose in a picture with expensive liquor that you work one entire week just to buy and then broke Monday morning. No, it's not your fault. It's the government fault. Mark Golding has successfully done that to the Jamaican people.
Yeah, I agree with it. Sorry. I agree with that 100%, Joshua. I think somebody said something a while ago which caused me to call in. That back then people were smarter with the Ivan situation, and so therefore they were less dependent on the government. I don't necessarily take the position that people who support the People's National Party don't know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They know better, but they deliberately practice to deceive and to lie for one purpose, and we've been alluding to it all day, to destroy and to
No, Kevin, I wasn't just alluding to the PMP. I was alluding to Jamaicans on a whole, because there was less internet for them to see these conspiracy theories. That's why I said that.
All right, I take a point. But I think the broader point I want to make is that people know what they're doing, right? Lotto, who came on earlier on, and I heard him on the live yesterday with Noel, kind of made me sick a little bit. I wish I was trying to call in so bad. I couldn't get through, but they know what they're doing, right? They know what they do. They're not fools. I made a comment at one point on a JIS when the Prime Minister was making a presentation, asking them what are they going to be doing about the misinformation, and somebody wrote in the comments about free speech, right, and dictatorship, and it kind of dawned on me that it's not that they don't know the truth, you know, but they believe that they're free to speak lies, and it is just and right to say anything that they want to say, even if it is untrue. They have a right to do it, and so therefore nobody should stop them from speaking lies because it is their right to speak lies. And it is very difficult, I think, for the government. How do you deal with persons who are immoral, who have no conscience, who have no judgment? How do you relate to people in the society who have no guardrails about what is right and what is wrong. It's hard, right? So I mean, I don't know the answer, but I think what you guys are doing, and from on the different platform, which is to, which is to speak out and to be very present and to not allow the other part to crowd out what is true and right about Jamaica, right? But the moment you kind of go in the background is the moment we kind of seize that power to them, and then that's a big mistake. But it's gonna be a tough, hard fight. But I think Mr. Mr. Holness talked about the warriors in social media, and I think you guys just need to continue fight until probably you can't fight anymore, and your horse or something.
Well, we're not giving up enough. Kevin, we're not yielding the space to them. We are gonna fight them feet.
Kevin, I also believe that the government is just being lenient because really and truly, misinformation does not fall under freedom of speech. Legally, it doesn't, and even in the great US of A, misinformation does not fall under freedom of speech. So it's not the case that there's no way to punish them for it. It's just the fact that if the government actually starts punishing them for it, them go and start using the word dictator, because them love to throw the word dictator for the smallest stuff. That's the problem.
You know what I realized,
Matthew, here's an opinion that most people now agree with.
Sorry, hang on. They're using the same Trump
so many people. Because freedom of speech and misinformation is not the same thing.
No, I know it's not the same, but they are trying to muddy the water and to say it is there's some equivalence in it. But what I realize that they're doing though, I believe they're kind of playing the same USA 2024 election. They're using the Trump. That's what I got.
Kevin, Trump, please, I don't want you lose my US visa, bro. Lose another example, Kevin. Lose another example, my bro. I don't want you to lose it.
I won't use the name, but they're using persons who
support you, Matthew. I support you.
They're using leaders of that side of the world playbook, and they're thinking that it will work in Jamaica.
I can't take my visa.
Well, them can't take mine, so just please, them can't take my visa. That's what. Me, I travel to America in a few days. Me no need no problems. Just yeah.
Gentle people. Any government can revoke any document you have so long as you were not born there. Right? So we who were not born and bred there, we are extremely careful. We are responsible with our speeches, and we don't try to get involved in the negative aspects of their politics. It's our politics that we live there.
Joshua, the government of Jamaica can take your passport, any document that they issue.
Right. But only if you're not born in Jamaica. But the only way they can take it away from you is if you've done something traitorous or you did treason. But otherwise,
let me see why Goffman, you're back. I think somebody said something that
yeah,
you're back into the convo.
It did. I hear you guys were talking about FEMA. And I've been working for this agency for the past 15 years. And I will say this, I only wish the hurricane did hit South Florida instead of Jamaica.
That's not really funny, bro.
Well, I'm telling the God Almighty truth. You don't want to believe it or not.
Who don't know Goffman, let me tell you. It's all about the dollars and cents.
Trevi, hold on, Trevi.
Goffman.
Goffman.
Yes, sir. The scripture says the love of money is what?
Hold on. Trevi, Goffman campaigned heavily for Mark Golding in the last election.
We know, man. We know.
Yeah, but Goffman is a reasonable person.
And the disinformation.
No, we're
not going to come here and play hypocrite.
No, hold on. Let me tell you something. Hold on, no defend Goffman. Men who are very often, no defend Goffman. No, hold on, let me defend Goffman. Goffman, if me a good liar, hear me. No, you have to understand this man, how him go about this business. He is transactional. If you see him going about something, understand that the dollars and the cents make sense.
To him.
He's an opportunist. That means that he was.
If you don't want to be an opportunist in life.
With that said, and we know what his mission was, we pass the mark.
But let me say this.
We'll go back on the road again.
Right, and he's an honest opportunist. He's unlike the others who lie about it.
How does being a PNP person make you money? If your whole stick is making money, then you might not be the most smart businessman that I've ever seen. You might be one of the worst businessmen I've ever seen.
But let me say this. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I don't want us to get lost here a minute. Government, when we were talking about FEMA, we were talking about the time it took FEMA to get on the ground after a disaster.
Correct.
Compared to what was happening in Jamaica.
Correct.
What you were saying.
Yeah, but you must also realize for FEMA to kick in, the governor of the state have to basically don't have the capacity to respond. And the governor would have to declare the state as a disaster state, and that's when the federal government kicks in.
In Katrina,
yeah, hold on.
His name was Kenny Carney.
Yeah, hold on. But remember, FEMA, when we hear the word FEMA, a lot of people believe that FEMA is just an organization out there that is readily and waiting. FEMA has hundreds of branch of response. I heard the young lady, Angel, FEMA response for food, FEMA response for medical, owner inspection, individual assistance, FEMA respond to the state. And whenever the state don't have the capacity to cover certain things, like for individual, for the individual, then now that is another branch of FEMA. So when you hear FEMA don't come out to a homeowner, it's a simple fact that it has not reached a threshold. But FEMA come out for the state first, whether or not you want to believe it. And yes, it may sound rough that FEMA don't care, and it was proven in Katrina when George Bush, I remember that vividly. At that time, I was just getting into the organization, and I myself was confused in reference to how FEMA worked, but from the training and all of that, FEMA is going to deal with the state first, the state infrastructure. And Hurricane Melissa was to hit South Florida. The governor would have to send out the Florida Department of Transportation first before FEMA even look at it. And then the governor would have to come back to the federal government and say, listen me, what we have here in the state, we cannot manage it. We need federal help.
So government, what you're saying now is that after a disaster, the governor will go first and make an assessment.
Correct.
Just like Andrew Holness did.
Correct.
All right. Then after his assessment, he will then decide what kind of aid is needed, right?
Correct.
Just
but
like
unfortunately, Andrew Holness don't really have another branch of government to pull on the money from.
So what you're saying to me,
Andrew Holness is the central government.
So what you're saying to me, no, man, I'm not here them people in mind. What you're saying to me then, Government, is that during all this Hurricane Melissa, the government of Jamaica is spot on in its response.
Correct. The government is spot on, but that's what I'm saying. So when we hear people mix FEMA and the response, they have to realize that the governor is now the government. Andrew Holness never have another organization to go to more than some insurance policy. But a governor have different stage. And another thing too, and what we understand this, we hear about staging, and we cannot compare the US to Jamaica because you cannot stage much. With FEMA right now, we live in South Florida, yeah? So places like Atlanta store millions and millions of pounds of ice that they waste at the end of the day. Travel trailers are being stored in different parts in the Northeast corridor. In the event of it is needed, it can be deployed immediately. But these resources...
Government, in the Jamaica setup now, Hurricane Melissa struck these western parishes. So the first boot on the ground should have been the parish council for these states. Now true?
Correct. But the parish council don't have the capacity.
Couldn't manage it. Then they would have sent for the central government.
Which is, right.
Correct.
Well, theoretically, if you're going to you can somewhat compare the Jamaican and American system in the sense that the MP is theoretically the governor of that constituency, while also being a member of the of like how you have the Congress. He would also be a
don't
member
mix
of
up
the
Congress,
House.
please. Don't
It's
put
both.
Congress. No.
It's both. No.
Two different thing, brother.
Garth, wait, no man, Garth, wait. I'm not saying they're the same. I'm not saying the governor and Congress in America are the same thing. I'm saying if you are to equivalent it to the Jamaican system, the MP is the governor of his constituency and also a member of parliament, meaning that so he would basically also be a member of Congress if we were to directly translate the position. But
Matthew,
a governor and a member of parliament.
But remember, the MP don't have the surplus, whether PMP or GLP, them don't have the surplus.
Neither do most governors have it for most of the disasters in their state.
But the fact of the matter again is a lot of hurricane hit different states, and the governor never asks for federal help because they have the resources to do so. Like that
Garth, the hurricane.
I beg you for this. And this will help.
Yeah, all right.
Well, I beg you for this. Please log on to the FEMA website and look at the declaration that were signed by the president versus the governor of the states. The fact of the matter, I hear people comparing this response of the government to FEMA in the United States. Number two, FEMA have a whole cadre, thousands of people. Majority of the people that works for FEMA are independent contractors. FEMA is actually a cash cow, for a lot of us, All right? When people are activated and deployed, some people are making hundreds of thousands of dollars just to drive a car around a particular area and watch. Understand that? That's how it works. So when you see these people running around and doing things, people like I said, for me, all I do is just go take pictures. That's it. Take pictures. And you're paid.
The original point, however, one second, Trevor. The original point, Garth, however, is that the government, for the fact of how of the resources that the Jamaican state has, the government has reacted adequately. That is the original point. When people are bringing up FEMA, they're basically just saying the branches of the American government, they did not handle these disasters as in the equivalent of how Jamaica handled them.
No,
meaning that Jamaica handled them much better.
Correct. The only thing is that Jamaica will have more people. Will have in the US. You can get some things and some money going running in your pocket, and you get some voucher and some bill back. And if your house broke down and you have no insurance,
you get that too in Jamaica. You're getting that too in Jamaica too.
Yeah, but you're not. No, man, remember this. The government of Jamaica cannot build back every individual who have lost their homes.
Neither does the American government, my bro. Neither does the American government.
No, sir, the American government do that. Don't do that, please. The American government does that.
The American dollar goes a further way. You must put that point in there, Gaffman. But the question I really want to ask is
there are houses in Louisiana that is still not built back 20 years after Katrina.
No, but they are relocate, truck. They are relocate. Truck, FEMA, this is what FEMA. Let me say this to you. Hold on, let me say this to you. You have a house and you lost you have 5 TV in your house and you lost your stove. FEMA is going to give you back essential stuff. Essential. 1 TV that you can watch truck and the news. 1 radio so you can listen to the radio. You have 10 cell phone, 1 cell phone so you can communicate. 1 a bed, a living room, a dining room table, depending on how much household of the members of the household. That's how it works. And when I tell you FEMA, and I mean I say this thing and I may joke about it. When I am deployed and I go out there, people will say to me, "Thank you for coming out. Thank you for coming out." And the first thing I tell them, "No, I am out here working. Thank you to file a claim." And if
what I challenge you to do, sir, is that
yes, sir,
whenever you're on these PMP platform,
you
can go on there and spread you can go join them, and spread the information like what you have here, When you can tell them, say, no, the government is doing what the government should be doing. You can't go do that, Gaffman.
But Chuck, I will do that, frankly speaking. But the truth is this: some conversation it don't work while having though, big and serious.
Really?
Yeah, man.
So you think a conversation with 10 people where I say Andrew met the hurricane and then I go build up smart city? You think that is worth having?
That is why, Chuck, when you hear those conversations, Chuck, you don't carry it along, because when you engage them, you're just spreading it and pushing the fool a little further down the road, kicking the can.
You being an elder statesman. You being an elder statesman of that side of the conversation.
No, I'm no elder statesman. Please don't do that.
you are somebody who should be stepping in. All right, let us take Lato that was here with us. Lato came here and tell us that the government is only getting 5% from tourism.
But that is why I said Lato was talking a bunch of BS.
Yeah, but what I know. When you challenge Lato now and say, Lato, where you get this 5%?
Himself for his own information.
Thank you. So I'm saying to you now, government, when you sit down and you hear their supporters are saying, so them rakers, one of them, you know. You should enter this conversation and guide them.
Yeah, but I do.
No, this is not so.
I do, but unfortunately, not every time I can jump on it. But what I'm saying is this. The government of the day is doing into their recovery now, right? They are recovering. And the government of the day, with the limited resources that they have stored and what they are getting, I believe the government is angling the thing properly. The problem that we are having is that we look towards government for too much.
Yeah, but that's what we were mentioning, God. You know? That is what we were mentioning. Even in the USA, the government is not required, because there is always an unofficial contract between the government and the people of a land. Can we agree on that?
No, I'm not going to agree with that, because no, I can't afford to agree with that.
Not to cut you, but I just stepped back in the ambulance and I didn't really hear what you were saying. Can you say that again?
In reference to what? I said a lot.
Yeah, just the last 2 minutes of what you a minute of what you said just now.
We were speaking about...
No, you said the government is what?
The government is not entitled. The government...
No, about handling the disaster. She started. Okay. About the government and the disaster.
Yes.
Okay. In reference to the disaster, the government is not entitled to basically build back your home. If the government has the resources to do so, the government will do it. What the government must ensure that there's a pathway for you to recover.
No, I never that me. You said the government is doing. They're at the recovery stage.
Yeah, they're in the recovery state.
Say it again.
They're in the recovery process, and with the recovery process, I believe the government is angling the recovery process in the best way that they can, with the limited resources that they may have and what to come.
Do you think Mark Golding could have done a better job?
No, you're gone politics. No, Bridget, no, you're gone.
I cannot
tell you that. I cannot.
Matthew, let's be fair.
I cannot answer that question because Mark Golding is not the him.
Matthew, let's be fair.
I just wanted to dip my toe in the water.
Miss in the chat is asking a question. She said, what is the recovery plan?
What does she mean by what is the recovery plan?
I am trying to understand what you mean. What, Miss, you want to join us and ask that question? I don't understand your question. What is the recovery plan? The plan is to get back the people to work. Get back. Is this sure coming up? The plan is to get back the people to work. Build back our infrastructure. Who's that?
No man, Garth. My bad. Me just have to test the waters. Have to test the waters.
Can I say something, Chuck?
Yes, go ahead.
When you go through anything, whether you have lost a home, lost a loved one, lost anything, when you go through something traumatizing or a trauma, there are phases, right? And so when you're at the recovery, what do you do during a recovery? You have pre and you have post. What do you do after an effect of anything, a trauma? You're going to want to get back things as close to normal as possible. And so Whether that means we're going to now starting to clean up, we are now going to start to cook, like the government said, and I will always say this. It was on the news this morning. Well, I'm shocked. It was on the news this morning. The government is going to start by giving out generators to the shops in the communities so that these shops can now
We're lending them. We're lending them.
lending them. We are lending them the generators so they can open up these shops so that they can now serve the community, so that now they might have a little refrigerator where they have fresh meats that they can sell, water and juice. And even if you don't have supplies to go and open your shop, the government will also give you a grant to buy these items so you can start by rebuilding in the community.
Bring back the local economies.
So we are in the recovery phase. We now have to get up, shake ourselves off, pick up the pieces, and start to build back.
And yesterday, guys, I don't know how much I am. Yesterday, Montego Bay, St. James had that. Montego Bay yesterday had a grand clean-up day. Yesterday, Montego Bay was locked and it was all cleaning. The fire brigade, everybody was out in Montego Bay yesterday, cleaning up the city so that Montego. And I wanted to say this earlier and it slipped me, but I'm going to say it now. There is a clear difference between the Labour Party constituencies and the PMP constituencies. One set a clean up them place, the other set sit down and wait for government. I won't tell you know which is which.
But that is facts. That is obvious. We can see it.
The government, Jesus Christ, the government is going to implement a voucher system, right? So these persons.
Yes, they will.
Yeah, so that is part of the recovery. Like the person who was asking those things.
Lord
and
God, not again.
this person also guide them to the places that they can get these information.
So what the government is saying,
watching the press briefings.
What the government is saying is that pretty soon we are gonna move away from the handing out of these bags to people. We are gonna move away from that. You're not gonna see nobody land in a helicopter and give away bags anymore. So we are gonna move to where the goods will be placed in a central location. You collect a voucher and you go and you pick up your goods. Because one of the things that the government is serious about is that even during this time, we will protect the dignity of our people.
Yeah, man.
Lato, I see you come back. What's going on?
Yeah, because I noticed you guys kicked me out when the truth hit, you know.
Let me pause. Let me break you for 1 minute.
I don't know why you guys don't want to hear it. Let me talk. All you guys go to do is kick me out. I don't know why to hear the truth.
Lato, hold on. Let me say something to you, Lato. You spend nearly an hour here with us.
Yeah.
And everything that you come up with, we try to give you the best information that we could. We point you in the direction. And the only thing you get from that is when they tell me which truth you speak over here where we did not correct. Go ahead, please.
You know what happened? I hear Matthew was talking
Answer my question.
earlier.
Tell me the truth that
Matthew was talking earlier. Hold on, let me talk. Matthew was talking earlier, and I hear Matthew bring up some of my points of the tourism
be careful.
and the 30%.
Don't do that.
Now, and I hear
Hold on. I'm not gonna get you with that. What you said, let me teach you the difference. You said that Jamaica get 5% of the tourist dollar.
Matthew said 30.
No, Matthew said
we never
that
give no
30% of our economy was dependent on tourism. Two different statements, Lato. Two different statements. Okay?
Means two different things.
Two different things, sir. One Matthew say have nothing to do with what you say. But I will ask you this question again, sir, Lato. How did you come up with the 5% figure that you mentioned?
Didn't I lead 5 for a long time? I lead 5. And I did put it at 10. And I hear Matthew come up and say,
at 10.
Brother, I said out of my mouth. Let me repeat what I said out of my mouth. Let me just make it clear. I said that 30% of our economy is dependent on tourism.
Mm-hmm.
What you said was that the revenues that Jamaica gets from tourism is 5%. That is much different. It's much different if your economy is 30% reliant on something, if you're only getting 5% of the profits of the 30% that you're reliant on. That's much different. And you might not understand what I just said, but I hope you understood what I just said. I hope you understood.
Hold on, guys. I want to get something clear because you're not gonna come over here and keep on talking for just talking's sake. You came on here and you said 5%. Now you changed it to 10%. Look here.
No.
If you're not,
I've been saying 10 for a long time.
But
I
just read you the information, Lato.
Why
Lato,
are you saying 10, Lato?
me just read you the information so we get 40.8%, Lato. So why you still saying 10?
Hold on. All right, hold on. Let's me and you guys not gonna agree on that. So let's go to the next point.
No, Lato, hold on, Lato, hold on. Lato, hold on, my friend, hold on, please. Hold on. Expand themselves. Hold on, Lato. I let me do this to you.
Chuck, you can't allow him to come over here and speak. I need him to tell us where did he get the information from?
Yes, that's what I need from him.
Right, you cannot come over here and just
Damn, where are you? There, man.
where you get information from? Lato, I'm asking you a question. Where did you get
Lato, look at the screen, Lato, and tell me what does that say. Please.
It's not bright enough, Chuck.
I don't have my glasses. I cannot see them fine writing right now.
Lato, can I read it for you? Are you going to say that my bias or something? Can I read it for you?
Yeah.
All right, good. Jamaica currently retains an estimated 40.8% of the tourist dollars, meaning that 40.8 cents of every dollar spent by a visitor stays within the Jamaican economy.
All right, stop right there, sir. So, Lato, no, you come and we give you that.
Mm-hmm.
And you still come back and say 10%. Now, I ask you, Lato, where did you get the 10% figure? And now that we give you information, sir, are you willing to now change your stance? If you, Lato, if you now learn nothing, it don't make sense we have a conversation, my friend.
It doesn't.
Chuck, voodoo, maths, the man of practice, you now get anything different.
Lato, I have a question for you.
No, hold on, Matthew. Want him answer me first. Lato, you came here. You said 5% of the tourist dollar. I've shown you that is actually 40.8. Are you willing to change your argument, sir? You accept the information I've given to you?
I will accept 30% as Matthew said.
Listen, I did not bomb. Yo, Lord of mercy.
Just come up
Lato, I said
Matthew.
Jesus.
Matthew, explain to him, please, in English, what you mean. Because I'm not thinking.
No, but I literally just explained to him. I said that said
Matthew, hold on, let me try. Matthew, let me try. What Matthew said, Lato, is that tourism accounts for approximately 30% of our GDP.
Explain GDP to him, Chavi, please.
Gross domestic product. Total amount of goods and services transacted within the year.
Travis, that sounds complicated for some people. That's why I say economy. And me did say 30. No, I'm not joke, bro. Me did say 30% of our economy because when you say GDP, all of that sound confusing to some of them. That's why I did just say economy. You know, me just leave it at economy, and him still find a way.
I believe Angel will move him, man.
I don't have the tolerance like you.
Guys, if we're gonna have conversation with people like Lato, I will assure you, say, Lato, your feelings is wrong. And you can't accept the information.
No.
You can, hold on, two things you can do, Angel. You can either defend your position, because you can have a position in your wrong, but you have a argument to defend it.
Exactly.
So you can either defend your position or you're not accepting new information. It doesn't make sense.
You're dumbing me down having this conversation with you. I'm not doing that. and that's why I remove him.
You know, the way the man was ready to lie on me and say that me say somewhere me never say. Listen, anyone go to any PMP area and tell them say me say that. Listen, honestly, God know.
He's dumbing you down. He's dumbing the
I thought, of course. Bird of a feather flock together, Toya. Bird of a feather go flock together. One criminal go, you know, believe say one drug dealer go defend our next.
So me say Angel push him over the cliff. Ken say Angel push him over the cliff.
Lord have mercy, yo. And like, what?
Saya, would you and I share a certain occupation? Yeah, one that send them from Cowboy lunchtime.
Listen, all I want to know from Lotto is, if you're still in the chat, I have a genuine question for you. Why are you so insistent on kissing a white man's boot? I live in a white person's country and you don't see me kissing white people's boot as much as you are. Why are you so insistent on that? Because there must be no other thing than you just like to kiss white people's boot. Because that's what it seems like. Because you're going so hard to lie from Mark Golding, so to the point that you're just willing to just spout anything will sound disingenuous to you. You're just willing to spout it. Honestly, it's so disheartening. And I have to call you a Jamaican. I have to look and I have to see people like you on the road and assume so you have common sense. It's so sad. It's disheartening.
Don't assume about common sense.
Yo, me can't.
So common anymore.
You know, this nation I hurt my heart, you know, I'm not gonna lie, this nation is hurting my heart.
You? Oh God, I'm so tired. Oh.
Because how can it be that I am the youngest person on this panel, being only 20, and I seem to have more collective common sense than most of the PNP people who are 40?
I'm not the youngest, darling. I am the youngest, so take that back.
You're younger than 20?
Absolutely.
Okay, if you say so.
If you say so, me take it down to you now.
No, I mean, listen, I don't question if a woman say, listen, I don't question a woman's age.
She's not a day over 16.
Exactly, tell him, Chuck.
The fact that the difference is matter. She have been 16 for nearly 30 years now, but she's not a day over 16.
You almost are telling people my age. Are you kidding me, Chuck?
Almost. Yeah, you have been 16 for quite a while.
Not to let you hear Chuck talk my business. Sweet 16, guys.
But guys, listen, as I said, the conversation, everybody don't know what I like. I like having conversation with people of opposing views. But if we are gonna have a conversation and you don't plan to take anything from it at the end of the conversation, then it's a waste of both of us time. It is a waste of our time. You cannot come here with a position that Jamaica something wrong because we only have 5% of the tourism. And then now when we show you evidence that it is way above what you think, you're still angry and you're not willing to accept that maybe your information was off. It's a waste of time. And the CM now, he's gonna, right now he's gone, he probably go jump. If you look somewhere, you probably see him in our box already. And he must spew the same thing. So for these people, it is not about information.
Sure.
All right. I was just about to say
He might go say, wanna take him down because what the truth a leak way. And that's him go over there go say.
Yes, that's gonna be the story.
Yeah, but Chuck, like you just said, darling, when I listen to people like that, no matter how much you give them the facts and how much you try to have them to understand what you're talking about, and they still don't move from their point and their position, it tells me one thing: they don't give a rat's ass about information. They don't give a rat's ass.
Angel, honey, hold on a bit there. You know that there's a saying that said the truth will set you free. That is what directly happened a while ago. The truth set him free. He never asked him jump because of the truth. It set him free.
No, he never jumped. He was pushed.
I pushed him. I pushed him right over Rio Grande.
He was
right
forced
over
dead.
right near the river. I mean, pushed him.
He was forced dead.
No, but you see the thing.
That means that the truth set him free.
Right. He did not go willingly.
I still have hope for certain segments of the Jamaican population. I remember yesterday, I believe, I was on Robinson's live, And I managed to speak to one of these people who were speaking the PNP standpoints, and explain to him that the hurricane is in fact not man-made by Andrew, and he was actually willing to learn. And we actually sit down and explain it to him. I explained the dynamics of a hurricane and why it is that it had no thunder, no lightning like they always used to bring up that point. And I explained all of that to him, and then after he said, "You know what? I actually learned something today. Thank you." And we actually left it off on a good note because he was willing to accept information. And so you still have people like those who are willing to accept information, but the people who aren't, it makes no sense really talking to them or even entertaining them. Honest to God.
So I was supposed to go live at 4:00, but because Chuck is on, I'm not. But I want to mention two things while I have this opportunity on Chuck Live. First, I want to change the topic a little bit and go into the curfew. The reason why I want to do the curfew is because I was watching Winner on somebody's live last night. And when I listened, this lady, she just opened her TikTok last night, apparently, because she didn't even know how to block someone. She didn't even know how to add people. Yet she had 110 people watching her. You know why? Because she was speaking ill. And she had people on the platform disrespecting the government and the prime minister. And so I noticed if you open your live and start and speak the truth, or open your camera and go live and speak any goodness of Jamaica, it takes a while for it to build up. But if you ever open your live and start speaking about Andrew Allness and the negativeness or negativity overall about this government and Melissa, you have hundreds of people over there instantly. The lady was brand new to TikTok last night and she had 110, 130 people over there, all because she was negative about Melissa and talking misinformation and propaganda about the government and the prime minister. And Winner and Mickey was over there trying to inform them and enlighten them, but they wasn't hearing it. Because that is not what they're about. They came to spread that narrative of lies. And so that is the reason why I want to have a small conversation about the curfew, why it was imposed, and why it is necessary. Before I go there, so I want to make a public announcement. I played yesterday on my live a young lady who lived in America who took JetBlue to Jamaica and made a video and cuss the Jamaica government say JetBlue a whole lamp on her luggage with the relief for she carried on for her family. And this is the reason why I want to come to Jamaica, because this is what the government is doing. Let me make something clear to you. I said it yesterday on my live. The government of Jamaica do not own JetBlue. And JetBlue has posted on their website days after you lost your luggage. That luggage, the plane was over full. And luggage were left behind and was supposed to arrive in Jamaica the day after. And so if you are traveling with JetBlue or whoever you traveled with and you miss your luggage, it is no fault of the government, ma'am. And so a public announcement for the dunce girl with up on the TikTok live. I have the video here where I say the Jamaica government hold on to our luggage. The Jamaica government has nothing to do with your luggage. JetBlue posted that the flight was booked and overfilled and they had to leave luggage behind, because remember guys, JetBlue was allowing you to travel anywhere you're coming from to Jamaica with 2 free check-on luggage. So what you think Jamaican are going to do? They're going to take advantage. They're going to pay for 2 and check on 2. They're going to chew on like a Coronation Market. And so the flight was overfilled. Too many luggage. So the girl that made this video, I don't know her name, but Dunce Bat, you need to apologize to the Jamaica people and the Jamaica government. JetBlue has posted that your suitcase and many others were left behind. That was the public announcement. So now Travi, Matthew, Sky, Janadian, and Grafman, if you're looking to come blind. Grafman.
Let me say this, young lady, Angel. Weight and balance. Weight and balance. JetBlue didn't choose to leave the luggage behind. It was because of safety precaution.
Absolutely.
Exactly. So I will say this. And experience speaks a lot. And a lot of people may not know this. When they go to the airport and them tell us that the flight delay, we start to argue and start to make noise.
Yes.
It's all about your safety. It's all about weight and balance. When you're in the plane and you're getting seat 1C, and the flight attendant say, remain in your seat because the 2 seat beside you empty. You are not supposed to change your seat, especially when the flight has not taken off, because the flight need to land and take off with weight and balance. And that is what people don't realize. And people just want to rush and to reach. But wait, it's a reason why. When I'm not going to believe it or not, it's a reason why you are loaded in categories,
The main reason why them don't want you to switch seats before the aircraft move to the skies is that when they're giving a head count, if you're not in your seat, you're not on the plane. Then they have to do overall checks to find out where you are. So if you're sitting in your proper seat before the head count is complete, then during the flight, if you want to get up and go sit down in a different seat, you can. If the air hostess or whoever is on the plane say you must go back to your seat, them is telling you the reason why you need to go back to your seat. You did not pay for that seat. They use their discretion if they want you to sit there. So that's the main reason why before the plane lift up, them do a check and them check all of the seat, and if you're not in your correct seat, you can't be taken off the plane because you didn't pay for the seat you're in.
But okay, guys, I don't want to stray to the seat. Did you guys watch the video with the young lady who was carrying on at the airport? Did you guys watch the video with her? Listen.
All Jamaicans that living in the US are coming down. This is the person, see them? Having a bag from Tuesday to their Friday. The flight come, and guess what? Nobody coming out with the bag. Forgot we are. This is what it's like. Don't come down here. Don't come on JetBlue. Nothing. Don't bring no come on Jamaica. This is what it is. Arms house, dirty people. Them don't give a fuck. This is what it's like. People frustrated. Them come down to help them family and do some way against their disrespect. This is it.
And guys, there's a next video to one woman across the government about the plane and about GPS. Let me tell you something. Again, I don't understand. What am I know? Graphman? Me for wonder if the generation, this generation is a bunch of, I don't know. I don't want to disrespect anybody. But
it's not disrespecting anybody, Angel. They're just saying the truth. Because honestly, I believe when them are complaining about JPS, because them things say the name Jamaica Public Service, I think them things said the government have something to do with it. I don't know. Like I honestly cannot tell how done some of them are, and I have no qualms in calling most of them dunce. I'm just dunce, and yeah, I mean, there's nothing more you can say about that than they just. It's sad. It's disheartening.
So that is the update, guys. JetBlue had posted about the flight was overbooked, and like Graffman said, even though your book and your book you're supposed to have 2 carry-on luggage, you can also pay for a 3rd luggage. And I'm assuming because the 2 with it free, you can imagine how much people are pay if you bring on extra luggage, and so it will never go on the same plane. It is not a ship or a barrel, and so yes, your luggage will be left behind for that reason. And so, yes, I don't need to say no more than that. Then the Jamaica government do not own JetBlue, and whatever issue you have with your luggage being lost or left in Florida or wherever, take it up with JetBlue. Get your facts correct, guys, before you make video and form a jackassness of yourself. Now let's talk about the curfew. The curfew, I'm watching, and this is for Guffman. Last night, when I was on this live trying to beat these people, they want to know why the government would put a curfew with people when I know where to live, then I have the roof over their head, and then I know where to go. Why would they put out a curfew? And so, more hear what you have to say about the curfew, Graffman. Graffman?
Yeah, man, and a curfew, you know.
No, my curfew not started.
Go on, man.
No, what I'm saying, the curfew is just to maintain law and order because it's night is drawing, and of course people.
Because start recording. I mean, I know what happened since I come back from the day. They just like, oh yeah, say go on.
What I'm saying, a curfew is to maintain law and order. People who have there's no light in the area, and that's the only way the law enforcement can control the place. People stay in their specific zones, in their particular zone, and that's also the curfew is. And frankly speaking, and that is why I tell you, Jamaica, we like to compare the US to Jamaica, and it's no comparison. Because if we had a hurricane here and the National Guard is out, and they tell us that the place is under mandatory curfew, it's a no movement curfew unless you are a first responder, and you must produce evidence for that. But that is the only other way to control the area is through the curfew, because the terrain is not easy to patrol. I mean, simple as that. But again, we are all Jamaicans and we are going to break the laws, and it's just a part of the culture, you know? What can I tell you?
The reason why the curfew was implemented is because Jamaicans are going in these areas and robbing the people and them are store them a loot.
Exactly.
Right?
The curfew is more for outsiders than it is for the residents.
Curfew. It's an overnight curfew. These areas are pitch dark, right? And they're going out, they're actually doing a lot of robberies and all of that. I will up relief trucks and them something there. So
yeah,
the curfew also said is from 10 p.m. to about 6 a.m. in the morning, or 6 or 5 a.m.
But what government said, Philippine, is actually the same thing you said. That it is also for the lawmen for law and order, because again the place is pitch black and they have to transverse in and out. Relief is going in. People, like you said, it is for law and order. It is like any other disaster. During COVID, we had it. Right over here in COVID, we had it. And it wasn't a matter where, oh my God, the place was destroyed. No, but it was for law and order.
For some places, it's for the less traffic on the road, so they can finish cleanup. That was also an issue. Like Holland Bamboo and a couple places, that's also the issue. To get the people off the road, so they can clean up, and they work right through the night and clean up.
I believe when it comes to the common argument in social media is that the people they have no hope.
Right.
So how is it that them to be down there on curfew?
No, but they need to understand the curfew. The curfew is for the outsiders.
For the criminals,
yes, it's for the outsiders. It's not for the people in the community.
People are not going away.
Yeah, but Matthew and Philippine, yeah, miss what Travis saying, yeah, miss what I'm saying. What they're saying
I
on the
understand.
other side. No, what they're saying on the other side is the people them not have nowhere to go in and go live, go sleep, go lie down. And them are roam, I guess they're roaming the street, only for put curfew on people when I live anywhere and I have nowhere to go. The same people that live in the area don't have anywhere to go. So how can you curfew them?
Yeah, but theoretically, that argument that they're using, that one second, budget. That argument that they're using theoretically is null and void, because if they have nowhere to go, then the curfew would automatically not be responsive to them, because if they have nowhere to go, then the curfew is about limiting movement. You can't limit the movement of someone who has nowhere to go. So the original point is, the only conclusion could have then been that the reason for the curfew is to deal with the outside elements, meaning the criminals from the outside who come inside of those communities. So I mean, it's in jail, they're literally just choosing to be dunce at that point. They're not doing critical thinking, they're choosing to be dunce.
But in the press conference, they said it. They said that part of the curfew is to stop people, this traffic. There's a lot of traffic going through, like Holland Bamba, all of that, because they need to fix the road. They need to clean the road. The road is not fully clean. We still have debris and all of that, and they need less traffic. And the only time they can do that is during the night. And during the night, they get to clean some of the roads perfectly, because some places still one way.
The The traffic is at a standstill going into Black River and Westmoreland. Yeah, everybody I come from town, I go down, come to the west. And it's ridiculous because some of them only come take picture of them giving out stuff. When they can drop off their stuff at a location such as food for the poor or one of them organization there.
No, everybody have to show say them might do something. So them yeah.
And take picture.
Everybody have to show it. That's why they might do it.
Media.
And not just that, Angel, but honestly, I do believe a lot of these criminal organizations that are doing the trafficking of aid. Honestly, the Prime Minister should go out on a limb and just declare them T groups. Just declare them T groups, because at that point, if you're hampering the national security and going against the disaster relief, then you are doing a terroristical act. So they should no longer be called criminals, but just plain old T people. Plain old T people. And they should be...
Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, and they should be treated with the full extent of the law when it comes to because you have laws against terrorism in Jamaica, and they should be treated with those laws. There should not be any criminal laws. Like, it's just, I do believe the government is way too lenient on people. And I think a reason for that is because Andrew is the Honorable Prime Minister. He's afraid of the fact that the international community will then denounce Jamaica if Jamaica takes too much of a strong hand on these criminals. I think that's the problem. I think he's afraid of what the international community has to say.
Trevor, you wanted to say something? Trevor?
From
Mickey, hold on. Mickey was up here. Let Mickey go ahead.
Yeah, yes, Angel. There was another point that they are pushing out there. All right, that the Prime Minister go down there right after the hurricane and don't even care about the water. No, before the hurricane, there were ample warning telling people stock up. The hurricane is coming. Stock up with food, water, and so on. You can't tell me that 24 hours or less after the hurricane, people are out of water. It's crazy.
Yeah,
exactly, Mickey. It's obvious that
Mickey, before the hurricane reached people out of things, because them buy it and think it was coming the next day.
It was obvious that they did not prepare, because for 3 days you should have 3 days supplies of food, medication, and such, right? So you can give the government time to prepare, because remember, while the entertainers can come and just take up them personal fund and spend like that, government spending is not like that. It has to go through a process, you understand? So those 3 days they would give, although the JDF and the JCF would be on the ground doing rescue and all of that, rescue and search and such, but you give the government time.
And Philippines, let me just add on.
And hypertension. You're gonna tell me someone never have supplies of medication?
Not even water.
Philippines, let me just add on.
Top up the screen, please. It's just standing still.
And
here.
you get these free from the government.
Philippines, let me add on to a point that you made. The government is going also as fast as they can when it comes to bureaucracy, because under the state of disaster emergency that was declared, that basically allows for certain bureaucratic how do you say it?
You cut out, you don't go through the whole process. You can cut it out and go.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to say. Some of that, so that they're going as fast as they possibly can.
Yes.
But I wanna answer what Nicky said.
They cut all of that, at the JDF. He put in charge of all of that. That's why you see JDF is delivering aid.
Budget. It's not just the JDF that is called in. The JDF is the one who is primarily, because remember they are the nation's army. In the event of any disaster, the nation's army is the one who reacts first most of the times. However, the difference is the JDF also knows how to handle logistics in the country much better than other organizations. So of course you're going to see the JDF out more. However, the JDF still is working with a lot of government agencies to ensure that the flow of aid and ensure that the logistics are running. So it's not just the JDF; it's much more. It's a lot more government bodies.
So I want to answer Mickey, because Mickey asked about the water. I don't know if Phil. You know what? I'm actually gonna download this, because I want to keep it in my archive. Do you guys remember I think it was the second day before Melissa, the Saturday or the Sunday, when Desmond McKenzie had the press conference, and he gave us an update of all the shelters, 800 and something shelters, and he told us that these shelters on the southwest of Jamaica. He gave us the number of how many people were in these shelters the day before Melissa. I think it was the day before Melissa. And when he gave us at the press conference, the numbers, they were low, Mickey.
Yes,
I
like 50.
Let me say something now then.
They were low.
The part that is them prepare the same school bus where they have kill our people.
Yes.
To go for the people them. And them tell them, say them nah move because then go through Ivan and then go through this hurricane. And so, all who have the shelter number never gonna, and me can give for experience. I remember during a hurricane, them send me with a bus at Port Royal. It ended up like a 4 bus there at Port Royal. And when we over Port Royal and we tell them, say, boy, we come to carry them, got the shelter, and the people them say them nah move. Me tell the rest of the driver them say, me not stay over here so neither because me still have my house to look on too. Me drive out. Up and when the storm start blow and the rest of the bus them leave and them telling them a call. They say, yes, boy, them want to move. When the road already block off already. Yeah.
Canadian, that same thing happened on Cliff Hughes. They had Colonel Charles. Someone was in Colonel Charles' constituency, and when the day of the hurricane, I think it was Colonel Charles who came and said, the buses are there and the people are not taking the buses. And he's saying that the drivers have to go home and secure their home and their family as well, and that he cannot have the drivers and the bus out there much longer. And he was pleading to the people to leave. And so it is so crazy that they send the buses to all these areas the day of Melissa. At the early morning at Melissa, listen to Nationwide, and the people wouldn't take the buses. They wouldn't go to the shelter. And so what do you think? Why when Mickey asks a question about water, if they never want left for go shelter, they're going to buy water. Are they going to be prepared? No.
You know, say JUTC have anytime a hurricane start a boat in the area, them have a team of drivers that sit at the depot right through the storm just in case evacuation will go on. Just in case evacuation to take place. We still have to push the bus them out there. As bad as things be, we still have to push the bus them out there. But when you go for the people, them don't want to move. You can't force them to come in a bus. We not go sit down there with the machine and then when it jam up in some place, I better go and see a place right back at the depot, go park until them say you have to go there. Then we drive out back.
Listen, honest to God, I do believe that we just need to stop being lenient with them. Why are we so lenient with these people? That's my only question to our nation. Why are we so lenient with them? We are lenient with them when it comes to their so-called freedom of speech, where they believe that their freedom of speech is freedom to spout misinformation, which does not fall under freedom of speech, by the way. We are lenient with them when a mandatory evacuation, by law, any mandatory evacuation can be carried through. The JDF and the JCF has the right to take them off their feet and push them in a bus and force them to leave the area. Why are we so lenient with them? I'm not saying what the government did was wrong. Yes, we're in a democratic country, but at the same time, we are way too lenient with people, especially people without sense. That's my only. I'm just curious. Why are we so lenient with them? Can we not find another way to just to bring the country to a place where we're just a little bit more where the government shows a little bit more authority, because we're way too lenient.
Angel, you know where I lost it? When I hear people still talking about Ibrahim Traore and have to pay 600 million. I'm wondering if they're just running joke or pranking, or if they're really serious. People say
AI.
Yeah, but
they believe Philippines.
Philippines, they're AI, and people believe. I'm making video with it and talking.
And Mickey, you know the funny thing? You know the funny thing? If there was a disaster in Burkina Faso like that, Ibrahim Traore would have told anybody who would talk about, no, we don't want to leave them. Would have get knocked out and carried on the bus and would have to leave the area.
It's a dictatorship, Matthew.
It's not a dictator. Well, it's a military junta. So I mean, the military have the final say.
Military what?
Military junta.
Explain that for me, please.
Basically, it's where the section of the
government.
Yeah, a section of the military high brass takes over the government, and where the military becomes a military government. It doesn't necessarily have to be a dictatorship. What makes it a dictatorship is if they are suppressing your rights, but it doesn't mean that they are suppressing your rights. But yeah, it's military rule.
You know, the only thing we can understand is them say Andrew make the hurricane. We want to know who drive it.
Canadian, let us not even go there. Let us not go there, my youth.
No. What me I say is why see for somebody the case, right? Why it got Cuba and why it passed through Haiti? Why never stop which part of it is that?
Because Andrew powerful.
That's all me that say.
Because according to them, Andrew is a dictator, and a dictator is all powerful and can do everything. According to them.
Them nonsense, man.
You know the only thing they call Andrew and Obia, man.
But they have a rumor out there that they want to legalize Obia. It is ridiculous.
But all of them we attack about Obia, who them listen to?
And if you look at the so-called push to legalize Obia, there's no the push is coming mostly from the courts. That is a thing that the Supreme Court would decide on. If they decide to strike out the Obia law because they find that it violates freedom of religion, that is solely on the Supreme Court. That has nothing to do with Andrew.
Matthew, the first time I'm hearing it is from Muta Baruka. He's saying that it's an African religion. All right, Obia, and remember, you know, the same people. And listen, yes, and Philippine, you know, it's coming from the university to also from civil groups in the university.
Yeah, it's coming from you.
It's an African religion, and
yeah, Mickey, that is what you and the other scholars that they're pushing into the Supreme Court. That's what I'm saying. It's something that's going to the court. That's why I tell you, Philippians, that's why I tell you and I tell everybody, always ask these people what are the three arms of government before having a conversation with them, because they seem to think that the courts are under the government. They have no idea how the arms of government works.
The legislative and the executive don't have any power.
Exactly, but they don't understand that, Philippians, and that is the problem. They don't understand that, and then they will say dumb stuff like Andrew. The man not trying to legalize anything. It is just a simple matter of the fact that the Supreme Court.
Obia law, but it was repealed.
Well, I mean, was it repealed? I don't think it was repealed.
Yeah, man, I think so.
No, it's not repealed. It's still there, but it would be up to the Supreme Court to strike that down, which they haven't done yet. Okay. So everybody who was protesting about, the government are going to legalize, the government isn't going to do crap. I haven't heard any single government minister talking about legalizing it. There have been some government people, some government members who have spoken about maybe saying that it shouldn't be illegal, but they never said that they were going to legalize it. And so people ran with it.
I have a next public announcement, guys. And user, you're gonna have to put a name to that. Will a number now? User, me can't stand it. I love you, but me can't.
No man, user, alright.
Put a name to user. I'm a friend, but me can't. It's always on my life, but then do user something there. User is asking a question, and so he's asking, guys, what is the expectation of the opposition leader in a case like this?
To shut up his mouth and allow for the government to carry out its mandate. Very simple, nothing else, nothing more.
Matthew, to also offer good leadership.